points to a greater development of technologies with a very certain capacity to improve food production and a very uncertain one to eliminate hunger as a social phenomenon.
Food is essential for providing energy for human cellular metabolism and is usually made from plants or animals. Therefore, synthetic and cellular foods are emerging in response to consumer demands. Some consumers want to know that the food they eat is produced ethically and sustainably. Hence, the birth of foods created in laboratories as non-meat proteins. Stay with us, because I immediately invite you to travel in the data. Bioprinting. Technology that allows replicating the appearance and textures of conventional foods from synthetic inputs such as lab-grown meat proteins and emulsions by building a three-dimensional figure. Among the 4 stages of bioprinting is the design of a structure, which consists of the selection of cells, the bioprinting process, the post-bioprinting culture of the cellular structure, which evaluates the functionality and/or growth. And finally, the evaluation of the structure, which is nothing more than checking the feasibility, structure of the part, and functionality of the product. To carry out a bioprinting process, there are 3 types of technologies. Bioprinting based on abstraction, so that the bio-ink is extruded by the nozzles forming a continuous filament. Injection bioprinting in drops, in which the bio-ink is placed by means of a discrete drip that is stacked to create the structure. These droplets can be created by thermal, piezoelectric, and laser-assisted processes. Bioprinting by photopolymerization, which is based on the sensitivity to light of some polymers for the solidification of these through light. We continue with more of science, technology, and innovation at the service of our peoples of the Green Land. This is Adaman. Now, I propose you to know some news related to the always enigmatic and fascinating cosmos, or those wonders that make up our Milky Way, and other research that you will only see in our section, Out of Orbit.
Two cosmonauts performed spacewalks outside the International Space Station to transfer and install an experimental airlock on the multipurpose laboratory module of Naoka. The commander of Roscosmos, Sergei Prokopiev, and the flight engineer Dmitry Petelin installed, with the help of the European robotic arm, ERA, a radiator from the Raspbian module to the Naoka scientific module in a journey of just over 6 hours. Initially, the war was scheduled for the 26th of April, but was postponed to prepare in more detail the tasks to be performed. The Naoka, launched in July 2021, about 30 meters in length, 4.11 meters in diameter, and 20.3 tons in mass, has a pressurized volume of 70 cubic meters and is the main research model of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
Attention to the following hard-to-believe note, drivers of knowledge, because a Finnish firm has designed a kind of laboratory at home, which aims to identify and differentiate indicators related to health through the analysis of the composition of urine. It is UScan, a device created to be placed inside the toilet bowl, so the urinalysis is done without the need for the user to worry about collecting a sample, which moves through a microfluidic circuit until it reaches a test capsule. There,
The P is analyzed by an optical sensor, and the collected data is sent to the mobile application so that the user knows the state of their health and you're interested. So, let's know the details right away.
UScan is the new era of urinalysis. With a diameter of only 90 millimeters, this connected sanitary laboratory can be installed in any toilet. It provides an immediate overview of body health by detecting and tracking a wide variety of biomarkers in urine, and even offers practical advice to improve urine. It took 4 years of development to make the analyzer connected to a cellular application, work wirelessly, and facilitate the identification of possible infections. The smart device is able to differentiate urine of the different members of the family, as well as distinguish urine from other types of liquids. The device collects the samples automatically by activating the thermal sensors that detect urine. Inside the UScan, there is a cartridge that houses several tests for chemical analysis and an optical module for analyzing urine. Among data obtained are pH, vitamin C, and levels of nutrition, hydration, and ketone. The cartridge also allows the analysis of the menstrual cycle based on predictions and analysis of the hormone level and dietary biomarkers. The company has also partnered with 2 medical centers in Europe to explore ways to discover renal diastasis and bladder cancer. It is hoped that it will eventually be used to massively detect cancer markers and support medical studies. The process is completely automatic. When the system is pulled, the UScan is automatically cleaned and restarted so that it can be used next time. The company presented its invention at the Great Consumer Electronics Fair, and as it happens every year, it is giving a lot to talk about. And although it is hard to believe, this innovation transfers the conventional laboratory to the bathroom of your house.
Synthetic biology has the potential to improve the traditional food production system, improve food nutrition, add new functions precisely to food, and redesign traditional fermentation technologies. For its promoters, the development and application of synthetic biology in the food industry can develop new resources to provide safer, more nutritious, and more sustainable future food to meet a better life for people. But we must also address structural problems focused on the fair distribution of wealth and food, and ensure access to them to combat starvation. However, there are critical voices, such as the Indian philosopher and writer Vandana Shiva, for whom the solutions to our global crisis already exist and come from building cultures of interconnection and regeneration, as well as healing our relationships with food, nature, and community. We need to become aware of the reconnections that come with the opportunity to regenerate the earth, our health, our economies, and food cultures through real agriculture that takes care of the earth and people. And so we put an end to this interesting chapter of Atomen. Do not forget to follow us on our accounts in digital social networks. Our main points are on Facebook, Ana Monteresur, on Twitter, you can find us as at Ana Monteresur, or if you prefer, in my Twitter account, at JackTeleSUR, and also for our new Instagram account, Ana Monteresur TV. And it will be until a new collective journey. See you in the next occasion, travelers of knowledge.
Who's moving the chessmen? What interests and motivate the actors behind each event? The board is deployed there. Critical move. investigates every event from Monday to Friday. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends at the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean. It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Iran's President Ebrahim Raisi arrived in Venezuela to fulfill an official agenda with the objective of expanding strategic ties within the framework of his tour of Latin America. Mexico's ruling National Regeneration Movement, the Morena Party, stated that its candidate for the 2024 presidential elections will be announced on September the 6th. And the Cuban health authorities take the corresponding actions to counteract epidemiological complications that may arise due to continuous rains. From the headquarters of TeleSUR English in Havana, Cuba, this is From the South. I'm your anchor, Gladys Quesada, and these are the news. The president of Iran, Syed Ebrahim Raisi, arrived in Venezuela to fulfill an official agenda with the objective of expanding strategic ties within the framework of his tour of Latin America. The president of Iran, Ebrahim Raisi, traveled accompanied by the First Lady, Jamila Sadat Al-Maholda. The president was welcomed at the Simón Bolívar International Airport in Maiquetía by the Foreign Minister of Venezuela, Iván Gil, the Minister of Transport, Ramón Celestino Velázquez, and the Iranian ambassador in Caracas, Hujat Sultani. The Persian dignitary is expected to be received by his counterpart, Nicolás Maduro Moros, at the Miraflores Palace, seat of the government. The strategic alliance between Caracas and Tehran translates into cooperation in all areas, which results in favoring the economic reactivation of the South American country. On Monday in China, the President Xi Jinping held talks with his Honduran counterpart, Xiomara Castro, at the Great People's Palace within the framework of President Castro's 6-day visit.
The President Xi Jinping noted that his visit is of special significance for having opened a new chapter in the annals of relations between their nations. China and Honduras renewed diplomatic relations on March 26, at the same time that Tegucigalpa broke off diplomatic relations with Taiwan after 82 years. During the meeting, the leaders witnessed the signing of 17 bilateral cooperation documents on the Belt and Road, economy, trade, quality inspection, agriculture, science and technology, and also culture and education. During her visit to China, Castro formally asked BRICS New Development Bank President Dilma Rousseff for the Central American country to join the financial entity.
As president of Honduras, I recognize only one China, the one led by President Xi Jinping, its progress and the development of its people, as well as its global leadership, promoting the initiatives of the Belt Road, global development, global civilization, and the Global Security Initiative that we have accepted, aware of the great challenges to build our symmetries, combat the arms race and the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and to build peace, so necessary to rethink the course of humanity.
In Cuba's Prime Minister, Manuel Marrero Cruz, paid tribute on Monday to the historic leader of the Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, at the monument erected at the Moscow district in Sokol. Marrero Cruz thus began his official visit to Russia. The tribute was attended by members of the government delegation that has been visiting Russia since June the 6th. Earlier, the head of the government of the Caribbean country held a meeting with members of the Cuban State Mission in Moscow, where a representation of students of the scholarship plan of Russian universities for Cuba participated. The Cuban premier arrived in Moscow from Sochi, where he participated in various events of the Eurasian Economic Union and also took part in the Eurasian Intergovernmental Council and in the Third Eurasian Congress. Marrero Cruz will be in Russia until the 17th, and after finishing the official visit, he will participate in the International Economic Forum in St. Petersburg. And China ratified on Monday that nothing can destroy its sincere friendship with Cuba, no matter how much the United States misinforms and defames, in rejection of the allegations about the supposed construction of a spy center in the Caribbean island. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Wang Wenbin, stated that the contradictions presented in a short time about the information evidences Washington's lie. Wang considers the information disseminated by Washington about the alleged construction of a spy base in Cuba to be inconsistent. The spokesperson emphasized that despite spreading such slander, the White House will not affect the friendly and fraternal ties between Beijing and Havana. Last week, the spokesperson himself, the Internal Affairs of the Caribbean island, and accused the U.S. of spreading slander, taking part in covert activities, committing crimes, and maintaining an illegal base and prison in Cuba's territory. And Mexico's ruling National Regeneration Movement, the Morena Party, stated that its candidate for the 2024 presidential elections will be announced on September the 6th, after polling to pick a winner. Following a meeting of the party's leadership in Mexico City aimed at setting out rules for the internal contest, Alfonso Durazo, Morena governor of the northern state of Sonora, said that 5 polls will be held to elect a candidate. In this sense, the Morena's board resolved that all those competing for the party's candidacy must step down from public office to campaign. The decision had been widely anticipated and followed a recommendation made by the president Andrés Manuel López Obrador, which aimed at keeping his movement united. Meanwhile, Morena Party Chairman Mario Delgado stated that debates are not expected to happen, but contenders will be able to campaign across Mexico from June 19th to August 27th.
As of tomorrow, registrations are open. The candidates have to express in writing their commitments to continue the fourth transformation and accept, of course, the result of this poll, which will be final. When do the campaigns begin? From June 19th to August 27th. When do the polls begin? From August 28th to September 3rd. When will the results be announced? September 6th.
The Brazilian president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, presented on Monday the new literacy policy that will set the guidelines in the country as it is considered the main education program of his government. According to a message on Lula's Twitter account, his administration begins with the national commitment for a literate childhood to resume the federal government's attention to Brazilian basic education and guarantee that 100% of Brazilian children will finish the second year of primary school knowing how to read and write. The previous week, the Minister of the Sector, Camilo Santana, warned that it will be his ministry's biggest program. Santana also assured that the new policy was cemented through conversations with municipal education secretaries and with the Union of Municipal Education Leaders. Let's take a short break, but remember you can join us on TikTok at TeleSUR English, where you will find the news in different formats, news updates and more. Other stories coming up. Stay with us.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR. Who's moving the chessmen? What interests and motivate the actors behind each event? The board is deployed there. Critical Move investigates every event from Monday to Friday. Only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back. Hospitals in Peru are overcrowded with children and elderly patients amid the country's worst dengue outbreak on record. With the El Niño climate phenomenon now underway, bringing heavy rains and mosquitoes, dengue has spread fiercely in the South American country, with the death toll this year surpassing 200 and over 130,000 cases recorded, double the number of the last year in 2017, the last outbreak. Heavy rains and hot weather have made the northern region of Piura the epidemic center, which alone has reported nearly 40,000 cases and more than 60 fatalities. Dengue fever is a mosquito-borne tropical disease caused by the dengue virus. Symptoms typically begin 3 to 14 days after infection and may include a high fever, headache, vomiting, muscle and joint pains, and skin rash.
She had a high fever and abdominal aches on the first day, then vomiting and diarrhea on the second and third days. Then I took her to the hospital's emergency room because her fever didn't go away.
In Piura, 30% of infected persons are children, and their cases can soon turn fatal. Pediatricians are needed because their knowledge is not the same as that of a general practitioner. They understand how the disease develops and what to do at each stage.
Italy's former prime minister and the leader of the Forza Italia party, Silvio Berlusconi, died at the age of 86. According to his press office, Berlusconi, who had a recent history of health issues, had recently been diagnosed with leukemia. He had been admitted to Milan's San Raffaele hospital before with breathing problems and attended a checkup there on Friday. The politician, who was long regarded as Italy's most colorful public figure, was elected prime minister 3 times and served for a total of 9 years, longer than any other lawmaker in the country. The former premier was tried on charges ranging from tax evasion and bribery to corruption and having intercourse with an underage prostitute. However, only one case stuck, a 2012 conviction for tax evasion in a deal involving television rights. And Italian legislators reacted to the death of Silvio Berlusconi at 86 years of age and shared some criteria on what they consider to be his legacy.
He changed Italian politics. He changed the way to do journalism. He improved the TV network system in Italy, not only the private one, but the public one too. He invented the Italian center-right, and I call it the Italian way, because until a few hours ago he was dedicated to giving a direction for the political campaign at the next European elections in order to create an Italian center-right governance in Europe as well.
The thing that I have always positively rated about Berlusconi was his capacity as a businessman to build, to innovate in his field, and to provide people with work, with employment. This shouldn't be underestimated. It's something very important for Italy. We know how much work should be a priority, especially in these particular times.
And nuclear-capable states have increased their arsenals, a symptom, according to the Stockholm Institute for Peace Studies, of deteriorating geopolitical relations. The organization's latest report assures that arms control and disarmament diplomacy have suffered a major setback in the context of the Ukrainian conflict. The total world inventory recorded by January 2023 some 12,512 operational nuclear warheads. That is 86 more than in January 2022. Of those, currently about 2,000, most of them belonging to Russia and the United States, remain deployed. The Swedish Institute also stated that 90% of all the world's nuclear weapons are possessed mainly by Moscow and Washington. NATO's biggest air deployment exercise over Europe, hosted by Germany, got underway on Monday. As announced last week, it involved some 10,000 participants and 250 aircraft from 25 countries, which will be responding to a simulated attack on a NATO member. The United States alone is sending 2,000 U.S. Air National Guard personnel and about 100 aircraft. Sweden, which is hoping to join the alliance, and Japan are also taking part in the exercise. Officials said that Germany's Air Traffic Control Authority has worked with the Air Force to keep disruption to a minimum. The drill is limited to 3 areas which won't be used simultaneously, and it will be over before school vacations start in any German state. This drill, called Air Defender 2023, will run through June the 23rd. And in all Israeli prisons, preparations for the general strike called by the Palestinian prisoners arrested under the violating figure of administrative detention have begun. The call was made by the Committee of Administrative Detainees, recently created by the Supreme Emergency Committee of the National Movement of Prisoners in Palestine. Under the motto Revolution for Freedom, Intifada of Administrative Prisoners, they start on Monday the operatives for the Fast Fixed, starting from June 18th, when the prisoners under the administrative regime will refuse to eat food or have liquids. They assure that it is a strategy of struggle so that the occupier respects the norms of international law. And at the Palestinian Authority weekly cabinet, the meeting in Ramallah, the Prime Minister Mohammed Stayeh urged Arabs, Muslims, and the rest of the international community to move from issuing condemnations to imposing sanctions on Israel to prevent any change at the Al-Aqsa Mosque and halt any violation of Islamic and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem.
Are becoming frequent, and they are set to present the Ami Halevi bill to the Israeli Knesset in the coming days in order to impose temporary and special division in the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque. We warned the occupation authorities against taking such a step that would have unpredictable results.
Minister
Threats
also
are
said
becoming
that targeting
frequent
the
and
Al-Aqsa Mosque will transform the Israeli-Palestinian conflict from political to religious, dragging the region into a spiral of violence.
Cabinet feels great pain seeing the victims of the crimes committed in the lands of 1948, in which more than 100 of our people have been killed since the beginning of the year. We hold the Israeli authorities fully responsible that they have not taken any action for the high crime rate, and they have neither stopped nor prosecuted their perpetrators. This is a racist practice without unified standards.
And TeleSUR English continues to grow. You can now tune in from 33 different African countries using StoreSat. Dial 461 and enjoy our Latin American alternative broadcast. One final short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo corro.
To keep myself healthy, I study.
Για να διατηρηθώ υγιής, τρέφομαι σωστά.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo bailo.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo purifico mi espíritu a través del cuerpo. ¿Y tú?
Guide your body. Tuesdays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Welcome back. The 14th Ordinary Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Intergovernmental Authorities of Development, the IGAD, takes place on Monday in Djibouti, with peace and security as crucial topics on the working agenda. The leaders of Ethiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, and the host, Djibouti, discussed critical issues for regional stability and development in times of strong regional and global upheavals. Representatives of the African Union, the European Union, and the United Nations are also present at the meeting. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development is an 8-country trade bloc in Africa. It includes governments from the Horn of Africa, Nile Valley, and the African Great Lakes. On Sunday, members of Mali's security forces exercised their vote during early voting ahead of the referendum on the new constitution. The referendum, scheduled for June 18th, is an important milestone on the road to elections promised for February 2024. Next June 18th, Mali citizens will have to respond yes or no to the question of the referendum. The draft constitution strengthens the power of the president, and under it, it is the head of state and not the government who appoints the prime minister and ministers. The president also has the right to dismiss them and to dissolve the parliament. Constitutional change has long been under discussion in Mali. A referendum set for 2017 did not take place, and this June 18th referendum will be the first national vote since 2020. Now we move on to other topics. Authorities on Monday closed beaches in Pakistan coastal city of Karachi and ordered fishermen back in anticipation of cyclone Biparjoy. Restaurants near the beach were closed to avoid loss of life, as authorities also ordered fishing boats back because of the threat posed by the approaching cyclone. From the Arabian Sea, cyclone Biparjoy is aiming at Pakistan's Sindh province and the coastline of the western Indian state of Gujarat. It is forecast to make landfall on Thursday and could reach maximum wind speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour. Biparjoy is the first severe cyclone to approach Pakistan since devastating floods last year left more than 1,000 people dead and over $30 billion in losses.
The same government has failed to take adequate measures. There should have been lifeguards here at the beach. They should have stopped the public from visiting the beaches strictly. But there are people here on the beach. Policemen are trying to stop people but failing in their job.
In Washington, D.C., Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has called for the U.S. to send more firefighters to Canada, as he says there are extra funds for it. Quebec's current wildfire season is the worst on record, with a reported total of 444 wildfires compared to an average of 207 in previous years.
So last week, New Yorkers stepped outside feeling like they were living in a chimney. We have never seen anything quite like New York looking like this. Now, to prevent another chimney-like experience from happening, we need to take action. We need to get at these fires at their source so that we don't suffer another wave next week or the week after of the kind of wildfire air pollution that we suffered from this past week. And so I am calling on the U.S. Forest Service to double the number of Forest Service rangers to go up to Canada, particularly Quebec and Eastern Canada, to help us fight these fires. And if they need to stay there all summer, because the possibility of more of these fires occurring this summer is very real, they should stay there.
The recent increase in the activity of the Popocatépetl volcano is affecting the lives of many residents in Mexico City, the country's capital. The volcano, located about 72 kilometers southeast of Mexico City on the border between the central states of Puebla, Morelos, and Mexico State, has been registering more frequent eruptions and even moderate explosions since May, accompanied by ashes and hot rocks. In this context, the Mexican authorities issued a yellow alert for volcanic activity, the second highest alert in the nation. Meanwhile, experts forecasted that volcanic ash could reach more areas of Mexico City in June and July, affecting more residents.
We have to be aware of the warning alerts. That's the important thing. Always be informed so that you know what to do.
And Cuban health authorities take the corresponding actions to counteract epidemiological complications that may arise from the continuous rains. The Ministry of Public Health of Cuba, in the recovery stage, called to maintain personal and family hygiene, boil drinking water, discard contaminated food, wash and disinfect raw food such as fruits and vegetables. The heavy rains recorded in the largest of the Antilles left damage to homes,
Always be informed so that you know what to do. That's the important thing. Always be informed so that you know what to do. We have to be aware of the warning alerts. That's the important thing.
And like this, we have come to the end of this news brief. But remember, you can find this and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. And also, if you feel so inclined, please join us on social media for all the latest news. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok. For TeleSUR English, I'm your anchor, Gladys Quesada. Thank you for watching.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, ensure your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean. Who's moving the chessmen? What interests and motivate the actors behind each event? The board is deployed there. Critical Move investigates every event from Monday to Friday. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
为了保持身体健康，我冥想。
Para mantenerme saludable, yo corro.
To keep myself healthy, I study.
Για να διατηρηθώ υγιής, τρέφομαι σωστά.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo bailo.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo purifico mi espíritu a través del cuerpo. ¿Y tú?
Guide your body. Tuesdays, only on TeleSUR.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Migration is a global phenomenon that, over the last decades, has been motivated and increased by the economic productive logic of a liberal trade system that encourages the movement of human beings from undeveloped countries to those that promise conditions to improve the quality of life. However, the migrant population is one of the most vulnerable to the violation of their human rights, and as a result of this situation, has resulted in the kidnapping of migrants being perpetrated as a widespread practice along all the most recurrent migratory routes. Irregularities and human rights violations have left people in transit trying to fulfill that fundamental right, to migrate in many situations of vulnerability. The migration policies of different governments also face the fulfillment of the human rights of the Charters of the United Nations. A a situation that leaves in vulnerability the people who migrate, who face situations such as kidnapping, even sexual assaults during transit, and also blackmail. This situation, according to the United Nations, is due to the fact that governments put migration policies first by limiting that fundamental right, such as the right to migrate where the border is militarized, instead of giving and putting the right to life. Today, in Between Borders, we talk about this situation, and we also talk focusing on the kidnapping of people who are in transit. The condition of vulnerability towards migrants due to the lack of human rights guarantees by governments, where there are mostly more arrivals of people, is aggravated during transit on their migratory route. This fact is a real humanitarian crisis that questions at the root not only the migration policy, but also the entire government strategy of the passing country that puts national security above citizen and human security. This serious problem of kidnapping migrants in an irregular situation, far from being prevented or where appropriate, investigated and sanctioned by states, is indirectly encouraged, because due to their irregular condition, victims cannot access public transport and are forced to travel clandestinely and along high-risk routes.
They threw me towards the bridge. From the bridge, they threw me at 10 o'clock at night. They attacked all of them. They attacked 182 people. They took us to the mountains, where we were kidnapped in the mountains for a month and 14 days. They were going to kill us. They were going to kill all of us. They were going to take my life. I gave him to a person who needed a child.
There was a truck stopped. A man came out, pulled him and got him in. They took him. Yes, they took him. That the children also do not go out much, that they do not walk alone. He asked if I had a phone, and I said yes. Let's see who you talk to, he said. And the only messages they found was from my mom. They were US numbers.
They have taken people very close to the shelter, a block away. And in other cases, they always pass the signs along the edge of the shelter, taking pictures, looking at who is there. The same posters let them know the password that they brought so that they could pass the territory of the cartel. But now that you are in the territory, now you have to pay them too.
People in an irregular situation cannot go to the authorities to report the crime of kidnapping or other serious abuses for fear of being deported, based on the fact that the authorities are colluding with criminal groups, because they know that in the vast majority of cases there is no prosecution of justice, and for identifying the authorities as agents who violate their rights, according to a specialist.
We had already previously arrived to Monterrey. About 3 hours there, Colonia that measured there has been detected. I did it by force because they have telephones, everything in a group. They took pictures. They were all well-armed people. The uniform said National Police, similar to the National Guard. Then they told us, calm down, nothing is going to happen. Because here the only thing that happens is that the driver does not report to us. There he called the owner of the bus, or the owner. And then he told her to let her negotiate. She offered to him 40,000 pesos. And we said to our colleagues, let's unite because they are going to bring more people to take care of us. And we took advantage of the moment to be able to live there. We had already walked a whole hill, about 16 hours or so. And then when a boy arrived, he told us to take a combi. And then we got into an OXXO. Then we got in and called my relatives there at Chiapas. We were at the station. I said, I'm afraid because they took pictures of us and that's where you arrived.
According to the documented modus operandi, criminal organizations and different criminal groups linked to drug trafficking structures deprive migrants of their freedom with the main purpose of exporting them and obtaining a ransom, whether in cash or in items. Currently, there are survivors of kidnapping who have reported being deprived of their liberty for forced labor and illegal activities related to drug trafficking. Some have even been kidnapped to be trained as hitmen.
They told me that they were going to kill me if I didn't give them $2,000. Then everything was over for me because I seen the news that killing for them is something as daily bread. The migrant cannot pay, so that they kidnap them. They kidnap them, then extort them, their families, and who make the communication. Then they are threatened to pay all that.
After the interview, the first between scene with CBP, they return with their cutoff date for the United States. Immediately outside are vans outside spying on them to be kidnapped. They do not support them with these transfers to safe places. They have even told us that on some occasions they have returned them very late at night to public squares.
Maybe in the city, crime has increased a little. For the same reason that we are focusing on this task, that is to take care of migrants. And they come from kidnapping to extortion more than anything. People who, as they do not know the place, all of them take advantage. The risk for migrants that border cities also represents. They are a big complex cities, and that is an issue that we have to take care of. The budget we have in Reynosa is not enough to meet this type of task that are the responsibility of the federal government.
The kidnapping of migrants have hurt the dignity and integrity of thousands of victims, their families, and their communities, bringing consequences that will last even in future generations and have demonstrated the lack of commitment of governments to eradicate this terrible practice. However, the victims have found a shelter, which is often based on verbalizing the experience, recounting what happened, served to create empathy and strengthen human dignity, but also to cement the basis of the pursuit of justice, whose path, despite not seeming true at this time, must be found. The vast majority of migrants do not consider that they have the option of going to the corresponding justice instances, because even if they are allowed to remain in the country during the processing of their case, once this process is completed, they could be deported.
Supposedly, that contact had a contact on the line, so that the vehicle was not checked. When he saw himself before reaching practically where one can no longer leave the line, he takes the fast track, and that is when I realized that it was a lie. A person came out from the back of the trunk. That when I got into the truck, I never realized so. And they take us to a home. And that's why they had us practically deprived of our freedom for a week.
Showing the harshness of this reality is, without a doubt, a moral and historical responsibility for those who accompany daily and fight for the protection of migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees. The pain takes on meaning throughout the stories that migrants expose, but they are here so that they will never be written again, so that they will never live again. National sovereignty gives each of the countries the possibility of choosing what their national policies are in migration matters, but they also have to do within these migration policies that decision of reception and refuge of people who are in transit in a country. However, these migration policies should be related to the international convention and comply with the right to migrate that is included in the Charter of the United Nations. However, there are many people who migrate who are in transit and who do so in an administrative manner, in an irregular administrative situation, who also find themselves with that vulnerability of clandestinity. Migrating is not easy, but doing so in an irregular administrative situation also hinders the institutional recognition of these people. There are many who do not report because they are afraid of being deported. Unfortunately, states and governments currently fail their duty to prevent the realization of real and imminent risk against migrants in a regular situation, despite their situation of vulnerability being widely documented and recognized, in addition to the fact that it's a universal right to preserve human integrity that is backed by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
I arrived by bus, and I just got off. And at the central station, some guys started talking to me. They came there and grabbed me and took me. They had me for 5.5 days there. They locked me in a room. And there were about 10 or 9 people who were lying there. And they were all scared there. We were all afraid. And then we really didn't know what was going to happen to us. And until we just asked God to help us. And until they decided to take me and other guys out who told us they were going to kill us. And I don't know what.
The United Nations has recorded, through the drafting of different documents, this very serious fact. In addition, this international human rights mechanism recognizes that the corruption of authorities and the impunity with which criminal groups operate lead to migrants being victims of kidnappings, assaults, and sexual harassment and abuse during the journey. The lack of access to justice for victims of kidnapping or other crime and the constant aggression against migrants due to their condition of vulnerability is also contrary to international human rights instruments that advocate the freedom of human mobility.
When they kidnapped me, they take me to the abandoned house. And there, where I arrived, are several children, ladies, 15-year-old women. We see about 12. Yeah, about 12. If the number doesn't add, that's when they start hitting you. They start hitting you everywhere, in the face, in the stomach. They leave you beaten and then lock you up.
The condition of irregularity and the routes through which migrants transit imply enormous risk of robberies, physical, sexual, and psychological aggressions, intimidation, threats, illicit trafficking, trafficking in persons, corruption and extortion, confiscation or destruction of documents, arbitrary detentions, and with an accelerated increase, kidnapping, which includes several of the above risks.
6 other migrants are located there in the Matehuala area, and later at 3:30 in the afternoon are located a few more in the Tajo Doctor Nuevo Arroyo, Nuevo León. And today, until 3:13 in the morning, 33 more migrants were located here on the Highway 30, Kilometer 30, Highway 57, border with San Luis Potosí and Nuevo León. There they were located. All were transferred to the delegation of the National Institute of Migration in San Luis Potosí. These 49 migrants are 33 men, 15 women, 6 boys, and 5 girls. This is a deployment that was made to comply with the President's instruction to address these disappearances. Here we have the local troops, 210 elements of the Army, 140 of the National Guard. The area was reinforced with 150 elements of the Army, that is, in the support of the National Guard. 150 elements of the Guard. This personnel, these 650 elements, continue to be deployed throughout the area. Here we see the places: San Roberto, Doctor Arroyo, Sendrama, Matehuala, Santo Domingo, Charcas, Salinas. We follow this operation to continue searching if there are any other migrants or people who are in the same situation.
Today, the kidnapping of migrants is a systematic and widespread crime because it is one of the most profitable activities for organized crime. The forced recruitment of migrants, particularly young men, is a clear threat to life, security, and integrity. Here, you cannot walk calmly because if you go out alone, you run the risk of being kidnapped. There are already 2 people kidnapped from right here in the square. About 1 o'clock in the morning, they grabbed a sign and from there, they kidnapped us. We had no communication.
I stopped the taxi. I didn't know. And the taxi first, the thing he told me, "What is your password?" I didn't know anything about passwords. So he told me, get on. And then I was afraid I came back. I do not actually explain myself how they free someone and others not. In my case, that I was walking with 3 babies, and there are others with a baby, they release them with a big baby.
In this case, it could be reiterated in view of the evident pattern of kidnappings committed against migrants in an irregular condition. It can be concluded that this crime constitutes a systematic and widespread practice that violates the human rights of the victims due to the absence and acquiescence of the government. Human rights are those prerogatives that, among other objectives, have the function of protecting all persons against abuses of state power. Its universal nature implies validity throughout the world and without exception. In the face of these facts of high gravity, human rights must be upheld, since all migrants, by virtue of their human dignity, are protected by international human rights law, without discrimination, on an equal footing with citizens, regardless of their administrative situation or social status. The kidnapping of migrants is a situation that is increasing and that is being documented by organizations related to collective human beings and citizen identity associations, a situation that they also denounce that is affected above all by the migratory control of the policies of the different nations. Policies that are made for that control to militarize the border instead of giving rise to compliance with human rights. This situation is also being affected by the clandestinity of all people who do so in an irregular administrative situation where there is no record of their movement during migratory transit, especially because of their fear of being deported. People who migrate do not always remember do so above all to have a better living situation, but we must also remember that it's a fundamental right of all people. So far, our program today, as always, we invite you to stay in tune with the channel. We'll see each other again in another week. in this space, in this program of Between Borders.
Un canto por la América Unida. Mira, que lo escuchan ahí arriba. ¡Vamos! Somos la tierra, somos la arcilla, la esperanza que brota y germina. 500 años nos han pisoteado, aquí seguimos, de aquí no nos vamos. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. Pueblo latino, vamos para adelante, tumbando fronteras, somos gigantes, nadie se rinde, vamos para arriba, esa tierra es tuya y también es mía. Pueblo mestizo, guerrero y solidario, aquí nadie es extraño, aquí somos hermanos. Todos los países digan presente, Venezuela y Cuba, presente, Nicaragua, Honduras, presente, el Caribe entero. América, América, se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla, no se detiene. América, 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 se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla.
Soy Pacatari, soy hueca impuro, 5 siglos resistiendo el atropello y el abuso. El avia ya la reflorece junto al alba, sin un solo continente porque rayos nos separa. Con Sucre y Bolívar seguimos pa'lante, pa' encima latino, no hay visa que nos pare.
Desde la Patagonia hasta el Río Bravo, los latinos levantamos la mano. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. México y Bolivia, presente, Puerto Rico libre, presente, todo el continente, presente, latino.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you try, and if say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. And I ask you, Patriot State, not only for God's voice, but peace here today as part of a movement to build a new society. Make no mistake, racism starts with the state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say, can you see Rome is over? Oh, build the new. 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 Oh, build the new.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
What a joy to be together again in real lives. My name is
For new generations. She is Tina Turner, one of the most important stars in musical history, who recently passed away at the age of 83.
I don't think a lot of people realize how important food for the mind is. They don't understand how important meditation or prayer is. You see, I never stopped. I went from my Baptist prayers to Buddhism. Let's just say maybe it was
We go live with images in Venezuela. The president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, pays an official visit to the nation. We are seeing live images of the Iranian president visiting key venues of the Venezuelan capital. We are currently seeing images of the National Pantheon as the president is visiting to pay homage to the key figures of Venezuela's history. We're watching images of both delegations signing the visiting book, making the message that he's paying visit to this place. Now, as we have been following the whole day, the Iranian president, Ibrahim Raisi, is visiting Venezuela and is the first stop of his Latin American tour, which also includes a visit to Cuba and Nicaragua later. Before boarding the plane to Venezuela, that he revealed that his administration advocates cementing ties with the Latin American nations. Raisi considered relations with Latin American countries strategic and stated that this visit will mean a turning point in the deepening of their ties. In addition to the political and economic relations with Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, Iran has had a good cooperation with these countries in various fields, such as energy. Raisi is accompanied by a high-level delegation made up of the ministers of foreign affairs, defense, oil, and health. During Iran's president's visit to Caracas and later to Havana and Managua, the Iranian president will sign several cooperation agreements and will hold meetings with businessmen. This will be the first trip to Latin America since he assumed the presidency in 2021. Upon his arrival in Venezuela, Raisi will be received by Venezuelan president, as we have seen, Nicolás Maduro. This visit responds to the tour of the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, Moros, to Eurasia in June last year, when he also visited Iran back then. On that occasion, agreements were signed in the agriculture area and for good production between Caracas and Tehran. In addition, as of July 18, 2022, direct flights between Caracas and Tehran were opened with positive impact on the growth of tourism between both Tehran and the other nations and this nation. Both presidents signed a 20-year cooperation agreement in several areas. Likewise, regarding the critical situation of the Palestinian people, the presidents stated that the strategy is to accompany them in their struggle and denounce the crimes that are committed, as well as to maintain their voice before the United States. That the strategy is to accompany them in their struggle and denounce the crimes that are committed, as well as to maintain their voice before the United Nations system, the Security Council. In another development, the Venezuelan head of state toured the Iranian power plant management company, the largest nation system, the Security Council, the largest contractor of renewable energy plants, leader in the world market of latest generation of gas turbines, whose objective is to make the energy industry more efficient. We were seeing images live from Caracas of the Iranian president visiting the National Pantheon to pay homage to the heroes of that nation. We saw images of him signing the visit book to make it known, to make it official that he was present at that place, and he pays his homage to the people that have fought for Venezuela, for its freedom and independence. This is all in the framework of an official visit of the Iranian president to Venezuela, which, as we were explaining, is part of a Latin American tour. The president of Iran will also later visit Havana and Managua, the capital of Nicaragua, all to strengthen the ties of cooperation and friendship between these countries, which are all subject of unilateral coercive measures imposed by the United States, and this is a way to work together to overcome these sanctions imposed illegally against these four nations, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Iran. We were explaining that this official visit also comes after the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, visited last year Iran to strengthen and sign cooperation agreements in different fields, in education, agriculture, tourism, energy sector as well, and oil as well. We were watching these images live from Venezuela. We're going to keep giving a full broadcast about Iran's president visit to Latin America, to these countries, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, as these nations strengthen their ties of friendship and of cooperation to move forward for the well-being of their people. Stay tuned with TeleSUR English for more information.
They are the Golden Cuban Club, worthy representatives of the nation that gives them their name and with a clear objective, to regain the prestige that Cuban music had during the second half of the last century. With the triumph of the Cuban Revolution comes the blockade of the United States, and it begins to cause a little bit of work for Cuban music to come out like this to the world. But here we are. We continue to make music of Cuba so that the world continues to enjoy it. Los Soneros Dorados, as they like to call themselves, will use the social networks to spread the 4 albums they currently have. But they also are preparing collaborations with other figures, always promoting Caribbean music. And a series of important international salseros, who for the first time merge into a project with Cuban musicians, something that the whole world was really waiting for and wanted to be able to see it. Although they are now in Mexico after being in Havana, the origin of Cuban Golden Club is in Santiago, the original region of sun. Santiago has traditionally been the most musical, so to speak, part of Cuba. That is why they maintain their essence, but do not close themselves to collaborating with other genres. We remain in the pure regime, but we also open to the features that can be made. Even with urban artists, everything is possible. Their new album entitled La Ganga contains 9 songs loaded with the heritage and rhythms of the region. It has a little bit of rumba, it has a little bit of changui, it has a little bit of guaguancó, it has elements of timba, of course, the base of the song. That is the basis of the so-called salsa that derives from this Cuban musical genre. The first single, called Quítame la Vista, along with the other pieces, seeks to reflect the reality of Latin America. Daniel Rosas, TeleSUR, Mexico City.
We are back in real lives. Look, this week we present an experienced musician from the Dominican Republic who is practically self-taught. He, for approximately 4 decades, has developed a work as a keyboardist, arranger, composer, and producer of jazz, which has allowed him to be present in different parts of the world. His name is Rafaelito Mirabal. Let's know more about him in the following story. Rafael de Jesus Mirabal Montes de Oca was born in Santo Domingo on the 12th of February, 1962, but studied and grew up in Santiago de los Caballeros, where he still resides. His parents, Rafael Mirabal and Marcela Montes de Oca, discovered his vocation for music when he was very young.
We went to my grandmother's, who had a piano on the foot of the stairs, and I remember seeing that as a piece of furniture passing by, and one day it was open, and when I saw the black and white keys, they caught my attention, and I started playing the keys, and I started to hear the sounds of the piano. And the day I didn't go up to grandma, I fell in love with the sound of the piano. My parents noticed, and everything evolved around a family support towards that talent that was discovered together.
Rafaelito, as he is affectionately called, began his musical career at school under the tutelage of Alfredo Morales and then went on to fine arts in Santiago. But he says he always read and studied everything related to music, becoming self-taught, and although he graduated from economics in college, his heart and soul were always tied to music.
After that, I went to work on a cruise ship when I was 22 years old, and there I was able to bring, as a result of that work, I bought some new equipment and synthesizers that had not arrived in the country, and then most of the groups wanted me to play with them. Then I had to move to Santo Domingo, and I started playing with Luis Diaz, with Xiomara and Roldan, with Sonia Silvestre, Jose Antonio Rodriguez, Claudio Cohen, etc., Maria Cordero, Rafael Solano himself has a problem, Cecilia Garcia. I had a lot of work and demand for bands, but what I liked the most was jazz. I played with Ika and Tedeo's group, which was the Magai group that was like the first formal jazz group I had.
The first question is, since when did Rafaelito start playing? And my answer is always the same: from my belly. I always say that I felt in my belly his little hands with a keyboard, so he was born a musician, and his first toys were always musical instruments, his favorite toys, and everything got a sound and a music to everything, above all, related to the keys. Back in 1988, he formed his own group, Sistema Temperado. In 2000, his composition, Petty Blues, was selected in the contemporary jazz category for the 100 years of Dominican music.
We have a history of mixing Dominican music with jazz. We have gaga, sarandunga, merengue, pambiche, bachata, etc. And all seen from the point of view of jazz, with original compositions. And I also followed my parallel career of accompanying artists, working with their projects, and I was between 1998 and 2006 working with the Juan Luis Guerra Orchestra. There I met much of America and also some countries in Europe, which I had also attended with my group. Then I have kept going from time to Europe to bring the music of the group.
Mis anotaciones precisamente para una canción dedicada a Solano. Una de sus canciones.
The arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic put many artistic activities in the world on pause. However, it also generated an innovative way of creating music at a distance. And this is how Rafaelito and other professional musicians joined the instruments to give life to an interesting musical fusion.
We made arrangements, the preparations, to start producing an album called Bachata Jazz. It is a mixture precisely of traditional jazz compositions, then recorded with our World Heritage style, bachata. Taking advantage of the fact that bachata had also been declared a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, so we decided to make this conjunction of putting that dress on jazz bachata.
This enduring Dominican musician uses art and vocation on all four sides, fully enjoying each of his live performances, his advertising recordings, his television programs, or any other musical activity that can range from a solemn tribute to a fun improvisation with other musicians. He currently serves as cultural director of the province of Santiago, putting at the service of this country all his passion and all his art. For TeleSUR, Daisy Toussaint, Dominican Republic. Before presenting the following story, I want to tell you that the cannons that you see were used for defense against the American invasion of 1847. And well, continuing with what was promised before, we will enter the world of net art, a type of art that is made digitally for the internet, where artists use computers to create digital images, exhibit art online, and build programs that create unique works of art. Today has an impressive impact, but I will not tell you more. Let's see what it's all about.
The arrival of the internet has been an influential factor in society. The techniques and tools used by artists in different branches of art before the 20th century have not been altered as those as today with the new digital era. The union of the internet and art in the artistic world is known as net art, a term that refers to the network as a space for exhibition and creation. This artistic movement is part of the media art or art of the new media, which uses new communication technologies.
When the web was launched, finally, artists immediately began to work with it and work on it, and net art was born. And as opposed to some people who have denied that there are masterpieces, I think the masterpieces, as in every medium, were created early on, such as Olya Lialina's My Boyfriend Came Back from the War, or Agatha appears among the early practitioners in Europe.
The term net art is attributed to Vuk Kosek, a Slovenian contemporary artist who exhibited his work on the net in 1994. It was a composition of images composed of characters described by different artists as a type of innovative and challenging art. Vuk emerged as the art ASCII, or the art of the keyboard, combined with the internet, thus achieving net art.
Since the mid-90s till today, the internet has transformed itself from the space of freedom to a space of fear. The main thing about that is to observe the social impact of technology and to understand how there is a new codependency between all actors in the society. I believe that it is imperative that we create such digital tools and contexts where citizens would feel the need and have the ability to participate in the way that their world is ordered around them.
Art on the net is codependent on the internet. Net art is not a digital image that can be saved or presented on another platform. It is rather a connection with virtual space through a serial or code on the network. Jonas Lund is a Swedish critical artist who creates paintings, sculptures, photographs, websites, and performances that reflect on contemporary power systems and structures. His works can be found through a series of online codes where the viewer must connect to the internet to appreciate the works.
Primarily one particular system which is the most fascinating, which is the art world system. Because no matter how much I work on this and try and figure out how the system works, I cannot understand anything. It's like a completely illogical summary of everything that I don't understand. So I'm trying to kind of approach this system through different ways and doing different pieces in like operating within the system to kind of outsmart the art world, to figure out a way around in the art world so I can kind of optimize my path and sort of develop strategies and to win the art world game, basically. So I started around 2 years ago by building a database of the whole art world, by scraping from Artifacts, ArtNet, Mutual Art, and Artsy. I collected artist institutions, galleries, curators, auction results, and exhibitions, and put it into a database.
In 1995, the Contemporary Museum of Naples founded the New Medium Atlas, a department of initiative for new media in order to explore the web as a channel of creative expression. One of the most influential works of net art in the 90s was the composition by Olya Lialina entitled My Boyfriend Came Back from the War, an exhibition that even became a reference for a study for university programs for its relationship with the hypertextual narrative used by Cortázar and Borges. Olya used her own resources of the HTML code, hyperlinks, animated GIFs, on which the piece configures a non-linear story, a piece currently considered a founding work of net art.
We ran out of time. We have now arrived at the end of real life.
We will once again live to Venezuela. Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi is driving towards the location of the Miraflores protest where he will meet with Nicolás Maduro, the president of Venezuela. Let's see the images. We are seeing live images from Caracas. We're watching President Nicolas Maduro welcoming Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi to the Miraflores Palace, where they will hold a meeting to strengthen cooperation and friendship ties between Venezuela and Iran. The President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, arrives in Caracas, the first stop on his tour of Latin America. President Raisi arrived earlier accompanied by the Iranian First Lady, Jamale Alomaloda, and a high-level delegation in the South American nation. We are seeing live images of the people cheering the arrival of the Iranian president at the Miraflores Palace, where he is welcomed by his counterpart, his Venezuelan counterpart, Nicolas Maduro. People are welcoming this site with joy because it's a sign of development, of friendship and cooperation for the well-being and benefit of both peoples, the Iranian people and the Venezuelan people. The Persian president will in a few minutes will hold an important meeting to address issues in the order to strengthen cooperation in the economic, political and scientific matters. Raisi's visit to this South American nation translates into a firm brotherhood to continue joining efforts of unity in response to the coercive, unilateral and illegal sanctions that weigh on both nations. Iran and Venezuela have deepened bilateral cooperation and integration during the presidency of Hugo Chavez. Since then, everything points to a good rhythm of the close relationship that both nations maintain until now. The agreement provides for the development, the agreements that recently signed Iran and Venezuela. They were actually signed right here in Caracas, in Venezuela, to promote cooperation in the energy sector. This agreement provides for the development of oil and gas fields, as well as the reconstruction and renovation of Venezuelan oil refineries in order to maximize the capacity of these facilities. At that time, the parties also reached agreements on the trade and export of oil, condensed gas and oil products. Tehran has strengthened ties with Caracas in recent years, supplying crude oil and feedstocks to Venezuelan refining network, as well as overseeing a project to modernize the country's largest refining complex.
¡Al hombro! ¡Ar! Revista a la agrupación de parada.
We were listening to the national anthem as we continue to watch the official welcoming ceremony of the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi to the Miraflores Palace to hold important meeting to discuss bilateral issues and cooperation agenda with his Venezuelan counterpart, Nicolas Maduro. We were referring to how Tehran and Caracas have strengthened relations in the last couple of years. Quite recently, before we listened to the national anthem, we were talking about the important cooperation agreement that they signed in the oil sector, in the energy sector, right here in Caracas. So this meeting, this official visit is a continuation to everything that has been worked on to help provide a better future for the peoples of both nations, which are subject, they have underweight as the illegal and coercive sanctions imposed by the United States and its allies against these both peoples, sanctions that damage greatly the economies and especially affects the people of both nations. So this meeting that they're about to hold is very important because they're going to continue working on how strategies on how to move forward and how to come in this new world order that is being built, a multipolar world that is being built, which different countries have already talked much about it, about this new order that must exist today in this new reality that we are living, of solidarity that must exist, of working together, something that was evidenced during the pandemic, how many so-called first world nations only look for themselves and forgot the idea of solidarity. And then countries that are not as powerful, we could say economically, which are on their way, they are developing, they came together to jointly fight the pandemic. And that's just one of the recent examples of international events that have evidenced the importance of changing the structure of the international system. Different nations have also called for that reform in the United Nations Security Council, which they have called outdated because it no longer represents the plurality of the world today. So this is an important visit that the Iranian president is making, the first since he took since he assumed the presidency to Venezuela. He has traveled to other countries, and this is his first official visit to Venezuela since he assumed the presidency of the Persian nation. This is part of a Latin American tour that will see him visit also Cuba and Nicaragua, with the same purpose, to continue strengthening relationships of cooperation and brotherhood among the people, not only the government but the peoples as well, which are the main victims of the unilateral coercive sanctions imposed against them. And as we were talking, Iran and Venezuela have deepened their bilateral cooperation and integration, and this is not something new. This has been going on since the presidency of Hugo Chavez. Since then, everything has pointed to a good rhythm of the close relationships that both nations maintain currently. The most recent agreement between both nations was signed in Caracas in order to promote cooperation in the energy sector. The agreement provides for the development of oil and gas fields as well as the reconstruction and renovation of Venezuelan oil refineries in order to maximize the capacity of these facilities. This also comes in the context of OPEC+, all the nations producing oil-producing countries, which have been working hard to maintain, to safeguard the stability of the oil market. The parties also have reached agreement. Both Iran and Venezuela have reached agreements on the trade and export of oil, condensed gas, and oil products. Tehran has strengthened ties with Caracas in recent years, supplying crude oil and feedstocks to Venezuela's refining network, as well as overseeing a project to modernize the country's largest refining complex. In September last year, Maduro made important announcements in the automotive sector and the oil sector as well. In October 2022, both countries managed to finalize the restoration of the El Palito refinery after signing an agreement to bring the plant located in the municipality of Puerto Cabello in the Venezuelan state of Carabobo to full capacity. This is Ibrahim Raisi's, as we were speaking, his first trip to Latin America since taking office in August 2021. He will continue his Latin American tour in Nicaragua and Cuba, where he will hold also important meetings with his counterparts of both nations to continue strengthening the relationships between both nations. The president arrived this Monday in the Republic of Venezuela to hold meetings with his counterpart, his Venezuelan counterpart. He came along with his wife, the First Lady of Iran, Jamile Al-Holoda, where she was welcomed with honors by the Secretary of Vice Presidency of Science, Technology, Education and Health, Gabriela Jimenez, together with other executive officials of the state. We can say that Venezuela and Iran hold important bilateral agreements in the scientific, energy, oil, defense, cultural, economic, and food industry sectors of fields. This is the 13th foreign trip of the Iranian president in the last 21 months, and he's accompanied by the Minister of Foreign Relations, of Oil, Defense, and Health, and the Director of the Office, of the Presidential Office, Coleman Hossein Esmaili, and the Deputy Chief of Staff for Foreign Affairs. We're watching live images of President Nicolas Maduro welcoming the Persian president to the Miraflores Palace to hold this important bilateral meeting, where they will discuss and probably reach some agreements on how to continue moving forward and developing relationships in different fields, in different aspects, for the benefit of both peoples. The Miraflores Palace, or Palacio de Miraflores in Spanish, is the official residence of the President of Venezuela. We can talk a bit about the history of this important landmark in the capital of Venezuela, as we are seeing images of the cultural section of the official ceremony of welcoming ceremony of the Persian president. Now, it was built close to 200 years ago in 1884. Back then under the direction of Giuseppe Orsi, and it was intended as a family residence, back then. It was not until early 1900s that it became the presidential residence for the presidents of the nation since then. A beautiful building in the heart of the capital, which is the seat of power of the Venezuelan executive. We cannot stop emphasizing the importance of the Iranian president's visit to Latin America, not only to Venezuela, but to Latin America, to strengthen ties with these three nations, these three brother nations, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, which have the same fight as Iran has, because they are all facing the same sanctions in the international sphere by the U.S. government, unilateral, coercive, and illegal sanctions imposed against these countries, which in the end affect mostly the people of these nations. So these nations coming together to work together and to move forward for the development and prosperity of the people is something worth praising. As we were saying, this is the first trip to tour of Latin America of the Iranian president. I will travel later to Cuba and Nicaragua. The Persian president is currently, after this cultural section of the ceremony, will hold an important meeting with his counterpart Nicolas Maduro to address important issues on the agenda in order to strengthen cooperation in the economy, political, and scientific matters. His visit to the South American nation, President Raisi's visit to the South American nation, translates into a firm brotherhood to continue joining efforts of unity in response to the sanctions that weigh on both nations. Iran and Venezuela deepen bilateral cooperation in an integration in the presidency of Hugo Chavez. So this is not something new. This is something that has been developed through the years, over the last decades. And since then, everything has pointed to a good rhythm of relations between these two brotherly nations. The most recent agreement that was signed between these both nations was signed last year in the field of oil production. But those were images of the official ceremony, of the welcoming ceremony of the Iranian president to the Miraflores Palace, the seat of the government in Caracas. He was welcomed by his counterpart, President Nicolas Maduro, and they will now hold an important meeting to discuss different topics on the agenda to strengthen cooperation and brotherhood between both peoples. Stay tuned with TeleSUR English. We will continue to provide updates on the Iranian president's official visit to Venezuela and later on his official visit to Latin America in Nicaragua and Cuba. Stay tuned with us, with TeleSUR.
digamos, culturales que están relacionados con el sojuzgamiento de los pueblos americanos. Como los pueblos americanos tienen las más variadas influencias debido al proceso de mestizaje del que hablábamos hace un rato, lo que están generando es una cultura rica, viva, dinámica y mucho más interesante que la cultura antigua, sojuzgada y de algún modo momificada de la que caracteriza al viejo continente. Eso les preocupa y por eso invierten tanto sobre los centros de cultura y los medios de comunicación.
La discriminación racial no es una realidad exclusiva de América del Norte y Europa. También se ve aquí en Latinoamérica. Y se refleja en este dato. Solo en 13 países del continente americano se han aprobado leyes contra la discriminación racial. Uno de ellos es Venezuela, donde se creó la Ley Orgánica contra la Discriminación, que establece que los órganos del poder público y del poder popular deben colaborar entre sí, creando espacios de participación en cada uno de sus órganos y entes para articular y ejecutar políticas públicas en el marco de los principios de cooperación y corresponsabilidad para erradicar la discriminación racial, racismo, endorracismo y xenofobia.
Según el Banco Mundial, en América Latina, las personas afrodescendientes tienen 2,5% más probabilidades de vivir en pobreza crónica que los de la raza caucásica. Por lo tanto, tienen menos años de escolarización, sufren más el desempleo y están representados mínimamente en cargos relevantes en los sectores privados y públicos. En tan solo 13 países de la región latinoamericana se condena la discriminación racial. Esto demuestra que más de la mitad de los gobiernos en América le han dado la espalda a los actos discriminatorios por el racismo. En el año 2020, la secretaria ejecutiva de la CEPAL, Alicia Bárcena, precisó que en América Latina las poblaciones afrodescendientes ascendieron a 134 millones de personas y representan el 21% de la población de la región.
Porque hay una urgencia. Hay urgencia de sacar a 184 millones de latinoamericanos y caribeños de la pobreza y de la desigualdad. Y todos los que estamos aquí estamos buscando, señor presidente, una nueva generación de políticas sociales que sea más transversal, que sea más universal, que sea garante de derechos.
El 7 de mayo de 2022, el director ejecutivo de Raza e Igualdad de la OEA, Carlos Quesada, señaló que en Brasil el Registro de Seguridad Pública informó que los afrodescendientes son las mayores víctimas de abuso policial. Tan solo en el año 2019, el 79% de las víctimas de abuso policial en Brasil eran afrodescendientes y solo un 20% personas de rasgos caucásicos. Esta misma realidad se replicó en Colombia, producto del conflicto armado que indujo a que las comunidades afrodescendientes fueran desplazadas de sus territorios, causando una ola de migración. Por su parte, en Francia, una encuesta de la Autoridad Independiente Defensora de los Derechos Humanos demostró que los jóvenes de ascendencia africana tenían 20 veces mayor probabilidad de ser detenidos y registrados por la policía en comparación a otro grupo étnico-racial. Este tipo de discriminación racial se ha registrado en otros países como Dinamarca, Italia, España, Bélgica y el Reino Unido.
El tema político en América Latina es esencial. No es lo mismo para una población afrodescendiente ni para ninguna de las zonas populares de América Latina, que son muy variadas, muy intensas y además muy ricas, que gobiernen unos a que gobiernen otros. Cuando los sectores neoliberales se hacen del gobierno en alguna de las franjas observadas, por ejemplo, podemos hablar de Bolsonaro, podemos hablar de Macri, en las naciones mencionadas, hay un retroceso natural que se da impulsado desde el Estado. Cuando los sectores populares logran acceder a funciones de Estado, mejora rápidamente la situación de esas poblaciones. Por lo tanto, no se logra un desarrollo equilibrado para mejorar la realidad, sino que lo que se va y se viene de manera regular. Es hora que América Latina deje de ir y venir y tome su rumbo a través de la unidad y también de programas internos de desarrollo que le permitan mejorar la situación del conjunto de sus pueblos.
Según la última encuesta de la Agencia de Derechos Fundamentales de la Unión Europea, la discriminación racial se ha expandido a niveles dramáticos. La investigación demuestra que el 18% de las personas afrodescendientes encuestadas entre los 16 y 24 años no tienen remuneración, no cursan estudios superiores, ni han podido acceder a una vivienda y un trabajo digno. Pero además, de cada 5 encuestados, al menos uno ha sufrido discriminación racial. En Europa, el racismo no solo se quedó en las calles y en las instituciones de seguridad, sino que también juega a la pelota. Si no, preguntémosle a Vinicio Junior, jugador del Real Madrid, quien fue insultado desde el primer momento de ingresar a la cancha donde jugaba contra el Valencia Fútbol Club.
Esta es la imagen en la que vemos cómo Vinicius señala y dice, sí, este es el que me ha llamado mono. Vinicius no tiene ninguna duda de quién es el personaje que le ha llamado mono. ¡Mono!
Grava bem a cara desse bicho aqui, ó. Fica chamando o Vini, olha, fica chamando o Vini toda hora de macaco, mano.
En Europa, a nivel deportivo, se ha incrementado el racismo, al punto que algunos jugadores de la selección francesa de fútbol fueron víctimas de ataques verbales luego de perder la final del Mundial en Qatar 2022. Pero no solo desde las gradas, los hinchas se expresaron de manera despectiva hacia estos jugadores. El racismo se trasladó a las redes sociales, donde un centenar de cuentas colocaron emojis de monos y bananas para referirse a los jugadores.
En realidad, la Unión Europea, como se observa ahora en el conflicto bélico que arrasa Eurasia, es hipócrita. Es decir, tiene una serie de parámetros de igualdad que están relacionados con sus preceptos y no necesariamente implican respeto a los preceptos de otras naciones, asiáticas, africanas, es decir, naciones que tienen una concepción y una idiosincrasia diferente de la de Europa. Lo mismo pasa con América Latina. La sensación es que los poderes europeos dicen, los respetamos, son como nosotros, no va a haber ningún problema, pero a la hora de actuar, de accionar en concreto, en el mundo laboral, en el mundo económico, en el mundo de los derechos a convivir de manera equilibrada dentro de un territorio, proceden priorizando los intereses de los europeos por encima de aquellas naciones que tienen una forma de ver el mundo diferente. Por eso Europa puede proclamar programáticamente que avala la igualdad. Ahora, en los hechos, cuando uno observa el accionar de cada una de las naciones de ese continente, con excepciones, pero en general, se encuentra con serios desequilibrios y serias injusticias.
Para Brasil, España es un país racista. Esto escribió Vinicio Junior en su cuenta en Twitter. Lo insólito es que el presidente de la Liga Española se molestó en vez de apoyar al jugador que fue víctima de discriminación racial. Pero esta no es la primera vez que jugadores afrodescendientes, que paradójicamente son los que le dan las medallas y victorias a los países europeos, reciben insultos y ofensas. A inicios del año 2023 fue colgado un muñeco con la camiseta de Vinicio Junior y varias pancartas de odio que lo insultaban en un puente alrededor del IFEMA en Madrid.
Un tuit del delantero del Real Madrid, Vinicio Junior, publicado el pasado 21 de mayo, despertó la indignación en autoridades del fútbol, a quienes les cuesta reconocer que España es una sociedad con altos niveles de racismo. Sin embargo, para el presidente de la Liga Española de Fútbol, Javier Tebas, este tuit fue una ofensa, por lo que decidió confrontar y cuestionar al jugador en su propia cuenta Twitter, afirmando lo siguiente: ni España ni la Liga son racistas. Es muy injusto decir esto. En contraparte, el director técnico del Real Madrid, Carlos Ancelotti, se pronunció en apoyo a Vinicio Junior.
Sí, el ambiente era muy caliente, muy malo. Le he pedido si quería continuar a jugar, porque ya el hecho que pienso que tengo que quitarlo porque el ambiente es racista, no me parece bien. Para pensar de quitar un jugador para racismo, nunca me ha pasado. Lo que ha pasado hoy ha pasado otras veces, pero así no. Así no, es inaceptable. La Liga Española tiene un problema, que no es Vinicius. Vinicius es la víctima de un problema muy grave. Esto tenemos que quitarlo. Somos en el 2023. El racismo no tiene que existir.
Los actos de racismo en el estadio de Mestalla, en España, demuestran que los niveles de intolerancia y violación de derechos humanos en esta materia son cada vez más comunes y pueden ocurrir en cualquier parte y públicamente.
Si no les gustan los jugadores latinoamericanos, los africanos, bueno, que no los lleven. ¿Será que en esa liga los necesitan? Por eso están allí. Si están allí y son portadores de grandes habilidades, bueno, más vale que los contengan y los respeten. El tema de el doble mensaje de Europa y el doble mensaje de España es muy fuerte hacia nuestros pueblos. Por un lado, se los busca debido a sus logros, a sus talentos, a sus culturas y a lo que pueden plasmar en las distintas actividades. Porque esto que estamos hablando de los jugadores lo podríamos extender a tantos oficios, como saben muchos de los que nos están escuchando en el viejo continente y vienen del nuestro. Lo que sucede es que se necesita esa mano de obra, se necesita esa cultura, se necesita esa habilidad que denotan los latinoamericanos, pero al mismo tiempo se resisten a reconocerla. Y en ese sentido lo que hay es una especie de autodesprecio que se canaliza a través del desprecio al otro. Creo que Europa en este periodo, tras la hegemonía de la OTAN sobre la Unión Europea, y también en estos ejemplos más menudos, como lo que estamos charlando aquí, demuestra que está en una crisis muy profunda y que le va a costar mucho salir adelante, en lo económico, pero también en lo cultural, y eso como industria cultural repercute en lo futbolístico.
El alto comisionado de la ONU para Derechos Humanos, Volker Turk, se pronunció luego de la polémica que se generó en torno al caso del jugador brasileño y señaló que quienes organizan eventos deportivos deben contar con estrategias para prevenir el racismo en el deporte en todos los espacios. Pero no solo la ONU ha expresado su rechazo contra estos ataques racistas. El presidente de Brasil, Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, también se pronunció contra lo ocurrido defendiendo a Vinícius Júnior.
Começar a entrevista fazendo gesto de solidariedade a jogador brasileiro, jovem, negro, que joga no Real Madrid, que ontem num jogo no estádio do Valência, ele foi fortemente atacado, sendo chamado de macaco. Ou seja, não é possível que quase no meio do século XXI a gente tenha o preconceito racial ganhando força em vários estádios de futebol aqui na Europa. Não é justo que o menino pobre que venceu na vida, que está se transformando possivelmente num dos melhores jogadores do mundo, certamente do Real Madrid ele é o melhor, é ofendido em cada estádio que ele comparece. Eu penso que é importante que a FIFA, que a Liga Espanhola, que a Liga de outros países tome sérias providências, porque nós não podemos permitir que o fascismo tome conta e o racismo dentro do estádio de futebol.
El racismo solamente tiene sentido para aquellos que impulsan el sojuzgamiento de otros pueblos. Desde el punto de vista analítico, biológico, directo, no tiene pies ni cabeza. No hay una fundamentación que pueda explicar que tal zona del planeta es superior a tal otra. Lo que tal zona puede haber aquilatado son armas más potentes para sojuzgar al otro. Y a partir de allí hace toda una argumentación que está relacionada con lo que considera su superioridad por encima de los demás. Lo primero es aclarar esto, es decir, esto no tiene fundamento alguno. Estamos pueblos que necesitan desarrollarse desde sí mismos, que tienen distintos tiempos, distintas formaciones históricas y distintas confluencias. Las confluencias son los elementos de mestizaje que disparan la creatividad en las naciones. La cerrazón que ha sufrido el hemisferio norte, específicamente Europa, Estados Unidos, le ha impedido un gran desarrollo en despliegue creativo, en las posibilidades de llevar adelante determinadas actividades y oficios que los pueblos latinoamericanos, los pueblos asiáticos han desplegado con bastante intensidad en las últimas décadas. Esto necesita, por un lado, la afirmación de lo propio de cada uno de los pueblos, de otrora llamados subdesarrollados o tercer mundo y hoy emergentes multipolares, sin menoscabar a los demás, porque no se trata aquí de construir un racismo a la inversa, sino de afirmar lo propio sin negar lo ajeno.
Aunque el racismo ocurre todos los días en casi todas las partes del mundo, es invisibilizado. Se ha naturalizado estas actitudes deplorables que violan los derechos humanos. Este caso de racismo del futbolista Vinicio Jr. fue tendencia en las redes sociales porque se trataba de una estrella del fútbol, pero muchas otras víctimas de racismo pasan desapercibidas y siguen estas prácticas discriminatorias. Movimientos sociales y pueblos afrodescendientes, indígenas y de otros orígenes siguen su lucha incansable por la igualdad y el respeto como seres humanos. Pusimos el punto en la I.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, ensure your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
为了保持身体健康，我冥想。
Para mantenerme saludable, yo corro.
To keep myself healthy, I study.
Για να διατηρηθώ υγιής, τρέφομαι σωστά.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo bailo.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo purifico mi espíritu a través del cuerpo. ¿Y tú?
Get your body. Tuesdays, only on TeleSUR.
The life is full of moments. Moments of fight. Moments of hope. Moments that transcend. Moments that you can live in. TeleSUR documentaries. Sundays, only on TeleSUR. is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
Un canto por la América Unida. Mira, que lo escuchan allá arriba. ¡Vamos! Somos la tierra, somos la arcilla, la esperanza que brota y germina. 500 años nos han pisoteado, aquí seguimos, de aquí no nos vamos. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. Pueblo latino, vamos pa'lante, tumbando fronteras, somos gigantes, nadie se rinde, vamos para arriba, esa tierra es tuya y también es mía. Pueblo mestizo, guerrero y solidario, aquí nadie es extraño, aquí somos hermanos. Todos los países digan presente, Venezuela y Cuba, presente, Nicaragua, Honduras, presente, el Caribe entero. América, América, continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla, no se detiene. América, 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 continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla.
Soy Chupacatari, soy hueca impuro, 5 siglos resistiendo el atropello y el abuso. El Avia Yala reflorece junto al alba, sin un solo continente porque rayos nos separa. Con Sucre y Bolívar seguimos pa'lante, pa' encima latino, no hay visa que nos pare.
Desde la Patagonia hasta el Río Bravo, los latinos levantamos la mano. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. México y Bolivia, presente, Puerto Rico libre, presente, todo el continente, presente, latino.
Who's moving the chess man? What interests motivate the actors behind each event? The board is deployed there. Critical Move investigates every event from Monday to Friday. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
为了保持身体健康，我冥想。
Para mantenerme saludable, yo corro.
To keep myself healthy, I study.
Για να διατηρηθώ υγιής, τρέφομαι σωστά.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo bailo.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo purifico mi espíritu a través del cuerpo. ¿Y tú?
Guide your body. Tuesdays, only on TeleSUR.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi arrived in Venezuela to fulfill an official agenda with the objective of expanding strategic ties within the framework of his tour of Latin America. Mexico's ruling National Regeneration Movement, Morena Party, stated that its candidate for the 2024 presidential election will be announced on September 6. Cuban health authorities take corresponding actions to counteract epidemiological complications that may arise due to the continuous rains. Hello, welcome to From the South. I'm Luis Alberto Matos from the TeleSUR studios in Havana, Cuba. We begin with the news. The president of Iran, Sayed Ibrahim Raisi, arrived in Venezuela to fulfill an official agenda with the objective of expanding strategic ties within the framework of his tour of Latin America. The president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, traveled accompanied by the First Lady, Yamile Sadat Al-Mohlola. The president was welcomed at the Simón Bolívar International Airport in Maiquetía by the Foreign Minister, Ivan Hill, the Minister of Transport, Ramon Celestino Velázquez, and the Iranian ambassador in Caracas, Ohyat Saltani. The Persian dignitary is expected to be received by his counterpart Nicolás Maduro at the Miraflores Palace seat of government. The strategic alliance between Caracas and Tehran translates into cooperation in all areas, which results in favoring the economic reactivation of the South American country. On Monday afternoon, local time, the Iranian President Sayed Ibrahim Raisi paid homage to Libertador Simón Bolívar at the National Pantheon and Mausoleum of the Libertador. Accompanied by members of the Venezuelan government, headed by Foreign Minister Ivan Hill, the Iranian president entered the mausoleum to make a floral tribute to the Bolivarian Libertador Simón Bolívar, and in this way reflect the union and mutual respect between the nations. This tribute is also a sign of the desire to deepen the ties of brotherhood and cooperation between these nations that already have more than 7 decades of relations. We must remember that in June 2022, the Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro made an official visit to Iran, where they held a fruitful meeting that allowed to evaluate the roadmap of cooperation for the years to come. On Monday in China, President Xi Jinping held talks with his Honduran counterpart Xiomara Castro at the Great People's Palace within the framework of President Castro's 6-day visit. President Xi Jinping noted that this visit is of special significance for having opened a new chapter in the annals of relations between their nations. China and Honduras renewed diplomatic relations on March 26, at the same time that Tegucigalpa broke off diplomatic relations with Taiwan after 82 years. During the meeting, the leaders witnessed the signing of 17 bilateral cooperation documents on the Belt and Road, economic, trade, quality inspection, agriculture, science and technology, and culture and education. During her visit to China, Castro formally asked BRICS new Development Bank President Dilma Rousseff for the Central American country to join the financial entity.
As president of Honduras, I recognize only one China, the one led by President Xi Jinping, its progress and the development of its people, as well as its global leadership, promoting the initiatives of the Belt Road, global development, global civilization, and the Global Security Initiative that we have accepted, aware of the great challenges to build our symmetries combat the arms race and the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and to build peace, so necessary to rethink the course of humanity.
Cuba's Prime Minister Manuel Marrero Cruz paid tribute on Monday to the historic leader of Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, at the monument erected at the Moscow district of Volcano. Marrero Cruz thus began his official visit to Russia. The tribute was attended by members of the government delegation that has been visiting Russia since June 6. Earlier, the head of government of the Caribbean country held a meeting with members of the Cuban plan of Russian University for Cuba participated. The Cuban premier arrived in Moscow from Sochi, where he participated in various events of the Eurasian Economic Union and took part in the Eurasian Intergovernmental Council and in the Third Eurasian Congress. Marrero Cruz will be in Russia until the 17th, and after finishing the official visit, he will participate in the International Economic Forum in St. Petersburg. China ratified on Monday that nothing can destroy its sincere friendship with Cuba, no matter how much the United States misinforms and defames in rejection of the allegations about the supposed construction of a spy center on the Caribbean island. The spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Wang Wenbin, stated that the contradictions presented in a short time about that information evidences Washington's lies. Wang considers the information broadcasted by Washington about the alleged construction of a spy base in Cuba to be inconsistent. The spokesman emphasized that despite spreading such slander, the White House will not affect the friendly and fraternal ties between Beijing and Havana. Last week, the spokesman himself demanded Washington not to meddle in the internal affairs of the Caribbean island and accused the U.S. of spreading slander, taking part in covert activities, committing crimes, and maintaining an illegal base and prison in Cuba's territory. Mexico's ruling National Regeneration Movement, Morena Party, stated that its candidate for the 2024 presidential election will be announced on September 6 after polling to pick a winner. Following a meeting of the party's leadership in Mexico City aimed at setting out rules for the internal contest, Alfonso Durazo, Morena governor of the northern state of Sonora, said that 5 polls will be held to elect a candidate. In this sense, the Morena's board resolved that all those competing for the party's candidacy must step down from public office to campaign. The decision had been widely anticipated and followed a recommendation made by President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, which aimed at keeping his movement united. Meanwhile, Morena Party chairman Mario Delgado stated that debates are not expected to happen, but contenders will be able to campaign across Mexico from June 19th to August 27th.
As of tomorrow, registrations are open. The candidates have to express in writing their commitments to continue the fourth transformation and accept, of course, the result of this poll, which will be final. When do the campaigns begin? From June 19th to August 27th. When do the polls begin? From August 28th to September 3rd. When will the results be announced? September 6th.
Brazilian President Luis Inácio da Silva presented on Monday the new literacy policy that will set the guidelines in the country, as it is considered the main education program of his government. According to a message on Lula's Twitter account, his administration begins with the national commitment for a literate childhood to resume the federal government's attention to Brazilian basic education and guarantee that 100% of Brazilian children will finish the second year of primary school knowing how to read and write. The previous week, the Minister of the Sector, Camilo Santana, advertised that it will be his ministry's biggest program. Santana also assured that the new policy was cemented through conversations with municipal education secretaries and with the Union of Municipal Education Leaders. Let's take a short break, but remember you can join us on TikTok at TeleSUR English, where you will find news in different formats, news updates, and much more. All the stories coming up. Stay with us.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR. We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean. It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back from the south. Hospitals in Peru are overcrowded with children and elderly patients amid the country's worst dengue outbreak on record. With the El Niño climate phenomenon now underway, bringing heavy rains and mosquitoes, dengue has spread fiercely in the South American country, with the death toll this year surpassing 200 and over 130,000 cases, recorded double the number of the last outbreak in 2017. Heavy rains and hot weather have made the northern region of Piura the epidemic center, which alone has reported nearly 40,000 cases and more than 60 deaths. Dengue fever is a mosquito-borne tropical disease caused by the dengue virus. Symptoms typically begin 3 to 14 days after the infection and may include a high fever, headache, vomiting, muscle and joint pains, and skin rash.
She had a high fever and abdominal aches on the first day, then vomiting and diarrhea on the second and third days. Then I took her to the hospital's emergency room because her fever didn't go away.
In Piura, 30% of infected persons are children, and their cases can soon turn fatal. Pediatricians are needed because their knowledge is not the same as that of a general practitioner. They understand how the disease develops and what to do at each stage.
NATO's biggest air deployment exercise ever over Europe, hosted by Germany, got underway on Monday. As announced last week, it involves some 10,000 participants and 250 aircraft from 25 countries, which will be responding to a simulated attack on a NATO member. The United States alone is sending 2,000 U.S. Air National Guard personnel and about 100 aircraft. Sweden, which is hoping to join the alliance, and Japan are also taking part in the exercise. Officials say that Germany's Air Traffic Control Authority has worked with the Air Force to keep disruption to a minimum. The drill is limited to 3 areas which won't be used simultaneously, and it will be over before school vacations start in any German state. This drill, called Air Defender 2023, will run through June the 23rd. Nuclear-capable states have increased their arsenal, a symptom, according to the Stockholm Institute for Peace Studies, of deteriorating geopolitical relations. The organization's latest report assures that arms control and disarmament diplomacy have suffered a major setback in the context of the Ukrainian conflict. The total world inventory recorded by January 2023, some 12,512 operational nuclear warheads, that is 86 more than in January 2022. Of those currently, about 2,000, most of them belonging to Russia and the United States, remain deployed. The Swedish Institute also states that 90% of all the world's nuclear weapons are possessed mainly by Washington and Moscow. In all Israeli prisons, preparations for the general strike held by Palestinian prisoners arrested under the violating figure of administrative prisoners have begun. The call was made by the Committee of Administrative Detainees, recently created by the Supreme Emergency Committee of the National Movement of Prisoners in Palestine, under the motto Revolution for Freedom, Intifada of Administrative Prisoners. They start on Monday the operatives for the fast fixed, starting from June 18th, when the prisoners on the administrative regime will refuse to eat food or liquids. They assure that it is a strategy of struggle so that the occupier respects the norms of international law. TeleSUR English continues to grow. You can now tune in from 33 different African countries to StarSat, dial 461 and enjoy our Latin American alternative broadcasts. One final short break, we'll be right back. Don't go away.
The life is full of moments. Moments of fight. Moments of hope. Moments that transcend. Moments that you can live in. TeleSUR documentaries. Sundays. Only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back from the South. The 14th Ordinary Summit of Heads of States and Government of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development takes place on Monday in Djibouti, with peace and security as crucial topics of the working agenda. The leaders of Ethiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, and the host, Djibouti, discuss critical issues for regional stability and development in times of strong regional and global upheavals. Representatives of the African Union, the European Union, and the United Nations are also present at the meeting. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development is an 8-country trade bloc in Africa. It includes governments from the Horn of Africa, Nile Valley, and the African Great Lakes. On Sunday, members of Mali's security forces exercised their vote during early voting ahead of the referendum on the new constitution. The referendum scheduled for June 18th is an important milestone on the road to elections promised for February 2024. Next June 18th, Mali's citizens will have to respond yes or no to the question of the referendum. The draft constitution strengthens the power of the president. Under it, it is the head of state and not the government who appoints the prime minister and ministers. The president also has the right to dismiss them and to dissolve parliament. Constitutional change has long been under discussion in Mali. A referendum set for 2017 did not take place, and this June 18th referendum will be the first national vote since 2020. Authorities on Monday closed beaches in Pakistan's coastal city of Karachi and ordered fishermen back in anticipation of cyclone Biparjoy. Restaurants near the beach were closed to avoid loss of life, as authorities also ordered fishing boats back because of the threat posed by the approaching cyclone. From the Arabian Sea, cyclone Biparjoy is aiming at Pakistan's Sindh province and the coastline of the western Indian state of Gujarat. It is forecast to make landfall on Thursday and could reach maximum wind speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour. Biparjoy is the first severe cyclone to approach Pakistan since devastating floods last year left more than 1,000 people dead and over $30 billion in losses.
The same government has failed to take adequate measures. There should have been lifeguards here at the beach. They should have stopped the public from visiting the beaches strictly. But there are people here on the beach. Policemen are trying to stop people but failing in their job.
The recent increase in the activity of the Popocatépetl volcano is affecting the lives of many residents in Mexico City, the country's capital. The volcano, located about 72 kilometers southeast of Mexico City on the border between central states of Puebla, Morelos, and Mexico State, has been registering more frequent eruptions and even moderate explosions since May, accompanied by ashes and hot rocks. In this context, Mexican authorities issue a yellow alert for volcanic activity, the second highest alert in the nation. Meanwhile, experts forecasted that volcanic ash could reach more areas of Mexico City in June and July, affecting more residents.
We have to be aware of the warning alerts. That's the important thing. Always be informed so that you know what to do.
Cuban health authorities take corresponding actions to counteract epidemiological complications that may arise from the continuous rains. The Ministry of Public Health of Cuba, in the recovery stage, called to maintain personal and family hygiene, boil drinking water, discard contaminated food, wash and disinfect raw food, such as fruits and vegetables. The heavy rains recorded in the largest of the Antilles left damage to homes, roads and agricultural areas. The authorities insist that the rains and the danger have not yet ceased, and the first thing to take care of is the lives of the citizens. Civilians were advised to go to the doctors in case of any symptom, be it fever, diarrhea or rash. We have come to the end of this news briefing. You can find these and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. You can also join us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok. For TeleSUR English, I'm Luis Alberto Matos. Thank you for watching.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South, weekdays, only on TeleSUR.
Un canto por la América Unida. Mira, que lo escuchan allá arriba. ¡Vamos! Somos la tierra, somos la arcilla, la esperanza que brota y germina. 500 años nos han pisoteado, aquí seguimos, de aquí no nos vamos. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. Somos gigantes, nadie se rinde, vamos para arriba, esa tierra es tuya y también es mía. Pueblo mestizo, guerrero y solidario, aquí nadie es extraño, aquí somos hermanos. Todos los países
el atropello y el abuso. El avia ya la reflorece junto al alba, sigue un solo continente porque rayos no separa. Con Sucre y Bolívar seguimos pa'lante, pa' encima latino, no hay visa que nos pare.
Desde la Patagonia hasta el Río Bravo, los latinos levantamos la mano. América, lindísima, se levanta, pido que nos haya esperanza. América, lindísima, se levanta, pido que nos haya. México y Bolivia, Puerto Rico libre. Todo el continente latino.
Who's moving the chess man? What interests and motivate the actors behind each event? The board is deployed there. Critical Move investigates every event from Monday to Friday. Only on TeleSUR. We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, ensure your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
Greetings, travelers of knowledge! Be welcome to Adaman, Science and Technology program of TeleSUR. Time to establish a cognitive interconnection and delve into the fascinating topics of science, technology, and innovation at the service of our peoples of the great homeland. I am Jack Bravo, and it is a pleasure to meet you again. Remember our digital social media meeting points. On Facebook, we are like Adaman TeleSUR. On Twitter, you can locate us as at Adaman TeleSUR. Or, if you prefer, in my social networking Twitter at Jack TeleSUR. And also on our Instagram account, Adaman TeleSUR TV. Now, join me for a review of how the innovative dynamics of the day is moving. The details are shown right away. Let's see them. Today in our Adaman emission, we delve into the interior of atoms on stars to understand the chain of fusion events, the nucleosynthesis that occurs in stars, and how, thanks to nuclear astrophysics, it can be detected remotely by measuring the radiation produced by these processes, taking into account that this field of knowledge allows to promote a multidisciplinary research that involves different disciplines, from stellar astrophysics to nuclear physics, from astronomy to cosmochemistry. But before traveling to space, join us to review how the innovative dynamics of this chapter is moving. The notes are revealed in an instant.
In a joint project of Chalmers University of Technology, Sweden, and the University of Freiburg in Germany, have developed a method that accelerates the healing process of wounds based on the use of stimulation with electric fields. The result of innovative method could be a game changer for diabetics and the elderly, among others, who often suffer greatly from wounds that do not heal. For some time, it's been known that skin cells are electrostatic, meaning that they migrate directionally in electric fields, so the scientific team investigated how this principle can be used to electrically gun epithelial cells in order to make wounds heal faster. The solution arose from the use of a device with a small engineering biochip that generated an electric field suitable for use in the laboratory. The method turned out to be 3 times more effective than conventional forms of healings, and now the group of specialists will work on developing effective products that generate enough electric field strength and correctly stimulate each individual. After more than 20 years of publishing the first draft of the genome of the Historic Human Genome Project, an international scientific consortium has published in the journal Nature the first data of the human pangenome, an atlas that will become a new reference for genetic research since it provides a deeper and more complex knowledge about the diversity of human populations. According to the University of California at Santa Cruz, one of the institutions responsible for the discovery, the finding will provide information about health, help diagnose diseases, predict medical outcomes, and guide treatments to follow. In this context, the new model comes to alleviate the deficiencies of its predecessor and combines the genomic sequences of 47 individuals, thus managing to cover a little more the human genetic diversity of the new reference that expects to increase to 350 people by mid-2024.
For us at Adamant, it is still gratifying how wit and creativity become the engine that moves the innovative dynamics in our world, and of which we will continue to show their scope when they are put at the service of humanity. Comments, suggestions, and even some topic that you would like to be addressed by us, you can contact us through the adamant@telesurtv.net email and be part of our journey through the innovations in each chapter. Do not leave your screens, because we leave you with the gamer space of the week. Remember this, it's Adamant.
Paper Trail. It's a puzzle adventure where you must bend and tear your way through a diverse and populated paperwork. As the game progresses, new opportunities arise that allow you to drag objects, turn on lights, and push rocks through the path you create when turning. The protagonist is Paige, an outstanding student who aspires to a place in university. Faced with the reaction of her family, she embarks on an epic journey to begin her first semester, mastering her powers along the way. The work itself relies on flat styles such as printmaking and watercolor to further reinforce the theme of paper. The characters use clean monochromatic designs that appear to be made of cut-out paper, and each page has a bold colored scheme. On the journey, you learn to bend the world, merging designs to solve puzzles, explore new areas, and uncover long-lost secrets. Paper Trail is a new and independent game and is expected to be released next August.
We go live to Venezuela. President Nicolás Maduro and President Raisi offer statements. Let's listen. We're watching live images from the Miraflores Palace as President Nicolas Maduro and Ibrahim Raisi are held a bilateral meeting. We earlier saw live images of his arrival, and now we are seeing images of the meeting between both heads of states and their delegations present here at the Miraflores Palace, where they discuss different topics on the bilateral agenda, topics in different fields to improve the bonds of brotherhood and cooperation that both nations share for over decades now. This is the first stop of President Ibrahim Raisi's Latin American tour. He will then travel to Nicaragua and Cuba. The Persian president was received earlier on Monday at the Simón Bolívar International Airport in the state of La Guaira by Venezuela's Foreign Minister Iván Gil and the Minister of People's Power for Transportation Ramón Velázquez Araguayan, among different national government authorities. It is worth mentioning that Venezuela and Iran have important agreements in different fields, in different sectors, in the energy, scientific, oil, defense, cultural, economic, and food sectors. This is the 13th trip abroad of the Iranian president in the last 21 months, who is accompanied by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, of Oil, of Defense, and Health, as well as the Director of the Presidential Office, Colonel Hussein Esmaili, and the Deputy Chief of Staff for Political Affairs. The President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Sayyid Ibrahim Raisi, begins with this visit to Caracas his official tour of Latin America, which includes, as we were discussing earlier, Cuba and Nicaragua, who experts have described that this Latin American tour will be a turning point in the strengthening of relations between these nations. Ibrahim Raisi is accompanied by a high-level delegation. We are watching images of the meeting that both heads of states held alongside their corresponding delegations to strengthen bilateral relations, cooperation. With the Persian president is the Foreign Affairs Minister, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Petroleum and Minister of Health, and the First Lady of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Jamila Sadat Al-Moholola, who also met the country's first female combatant, Celia Flores, along with a group of influential women in different areas of the Latin American country. All this in the framework of President Ibrahim Raisi's official visit to the nation as part of his Latin American tour. Both nations share important projects. The Venezuelan refinery of El Palito has resumed its activity almost a year after its stoppage, thanks to the help of Iran, that it helped in the repair of the complex, the facility. The state-owned oil company Petróleos de Venezuela, known as PDVSA, also resumed operations at the catalytic cracking unit at the El Palito refinery, located in the northern state of Carabobo. The British news agency Reuters reported on Sunday, citing the government's deputy, William. We were talking about the different agreements that both nations have shared, and we were watching the images of the meeting that both heads of states held. It is likely that they will offer statements in the coming hours, and TeleSUR will provide them, of course, here live. So stay tuned with our with our broadcast to stay up to date with the developments of this important Latin American tour that the Persian President Ibrahim Raisi is carrying out, first in Venezuela, and then he will travel to Nicaragua and Cuba. Stay tuned with TeleSUR for more information.
Also commonly known as radiation, infamous for its danger to life, and whose isolation thanks to the terrestrial magnetosphere makes our planet habitable, despite its leading role in major cosmic events.
So gamma rays are the highest energy of light. So whenever you have something super energetic, like matter under the extreme gravity near a black hole, or like an entire star imploding and exploding, you get really high energy light. And so often these sources are really bright in X-rays, which is just a step down from gamma rays. And gamma rays, though, are like this huge part of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's basically like everything above X-rays is a gamma ray. So it's like orders of magnitude. It's as many orders of magnitude in gamma rays as there are in almost the rest of the electromagnetic spectrum down to radio.
Although much is known today about stellar events of great proportions, deep space does not allow us to experiment. So instead, small events have to occur on Earth that we can observe at will, reproducing experiments and setting the ideal conditions to observe, record and measure what happened. To that end, particle accelerators have shed light on subatomic mechanics by crashing charged particles to extract their constituent parts, thus refining our understanding of matter. The creation of increasingly larger accelerators is today a line of investment in physics with enough scientific and governmental support. Although it's not at all the only way to obtain new physical discoveries, it does enjoy great prestige after its great successes, such as the discovery of the Higgs boson. Despite this populated collection of radiation particles and interactions, there are large fields of matter and energy that still resist a detailed description of their properties, which could be the keys to knowing the rest of the manifestations. For example, in a study by Catherine Fries and Martin Winkler, recently published on our ship, the existence of an alternative Big Bang is proposed, which would have been generated by a different path. In this scenario, different from the one established by current cosmological models, this additional quantum field was not part of the avalanche of particles that made up the known cosmos. That is, the Big Bang will have a dark twin responsible for all that mysterious and abundant invisible matter. Today, the origin of the chemical elements that make up our entire planet, including our bodies, is attributed to specific cosmic phenomena and certain moments in the history of our universe, such as the first minutes of the Big Bang or the birth of primitive stars, in which the atomic nuclei of each element will have originated, starting with hydrogen and helium, and then fusing these nuclei into heavier elements. The search for answers at every scale of reality illuminates the nature of others and produces value in different industries, as well as deep sense of meaning for us and the universe that holds so many secrets for us.
The elements that make up everything we see around us, including the carbon and oxygen that are necessary for life, were formed by nuclear reactions and decays in stars. These processes also produce the energy that makes stars shine, including the nearest star, our Sun. Hence, the importance of the research is carried out from nuclear astrophysics. We'll continue with Adamant, but stay with us, because we immediately invite you to travel in the data.
Nucleosynthesis. Process of creating new atomic nuclei from pre-existing nucleons, protons and neutrons to generate the rest of elements of the periodic table. There are also a number of astrophysical processes believed to be responsible for nucleosynthesis. Most of these occur inside stars, and the chain of those nuclear fusion processes are known as hydrogen burning, via the proton-proton chain or the CNO cycle, helium burning, carbon burning, neon burning, oxygen burning, and silicon burning. These processes can create elements that include iron and nickel. A group of physicists and academics at New York University have developed a method to predict the composition of dark matter based on Big Bang nucleosynthesis, a process in which light forms of matter, such as helium, hydrogen, and lithium, are created.
we continue with more of the techno-scientific and innovative events at the service of our peoples of the Green Homeland. This is Araman. Time to know those investigations and novelties present in the always enigmatic and fascinating universe, and that we show you next in our section, Out of Orbit.
China has unveiled a plan to build a satellite system for exploration that involves probing the moon, asteroids and comets and other planets in our solar system. The satellite constellation KKO-2 or Magpie Bridge 2, which was sanctioned in the framework of the first International Conference on Deep Space Exploration, held in the city of Hefei, China, promises to accompany the ongoing lunar exploration program of the Asian giant and the construction of the International Lunar Research Station in which Russia and Venezuela will participate. These relay satellites will serve as a communication bridge between lunar missions and operations on Earth. In this context, the first Chinese moon landing was made in 2013, and it's expected that by 2030 Asian astronauts will step on the moon and thus consecrate themselves as a space power.
Imagine for a moment having the possibility of capturing blood, cancer, and bacteria cells through a micro-robot. Does it amaze you? But it turns out that engineers at Tel Aviv University in Israel have developed a robotic device smaller than a human hair, with just 10 microns in diameter, whose purpose is to navigate between different cells of a biological sample, distinguish them between different types, identify if they're healthy, and capture a cell to extract and analyze it, even to introduce a drug or a gene. A curious innovation, hard to believe, of which we will tell you shortly.
The hybrid microbot smaller than a strand of hair, developed by engineers at Tel Aviv University, is a technology with a great potential in the area of medicine. Manufactured from a polystyrene sphere specially coated with conductive material of chromium, nickel and gold that, thanks to its minuscule size, it can identify and transport cells for removal and analysis, including introducing a drug or gene. Electrically powered micro and nanomotors are promising tools for in vitro single-cell analysis, but combining it with a rotating magnetic field results in greater micromotor mobility and steering control by tuning the frequency of the electric field. In addition, the ability of the micromotor to identify apoptotic cells between viable and necrotic cells is demonstrated, thus allowing the analysis of samples of each cell to find drug discovery, cell therapy, and immunotherapy. During the preliminary test, the expert detailed that the device was effective in capturing bacteria, blood, and cancer cells. It also managed to distinguish between healthy cells, those managed by a drug, and cells that were dying at natural process, a fundamental distinction for developing anti-cancer drugs. The tests of the device were carried out with the biological samples in a laboratory for in vitro test. However, the intention of the experts is to develop in the future micro-robots that also work inside the human body. Although the invention may be favorable in the fields of genetic research and medicine, there are also possibilities that it will be useful for removing polluting particles from the environment. And although it's hard to believe, the tiny robot has proven to be able to capture and transport different cells that will then be examined by a specialist.
The overwhelming dimensions of the micro and macro in physics highlight our humble place in the cosmos. But new research reveals more and more the beauty and complexity of the matter that constitutes all reality. Only time will tell what mysteries reserve in secret agreement the galactic and atomic nuclei. And it is literally true that poetic expression of the American astronomer and enduring science popularizer Carl Edward Sagan, when he maintains that we are made of stardust. And in this way, we put an end to this interesting chapter of Atomen. Do not forget to follow us on our accounts in digital social networks. Our meeting points are on Facebook, Atom TeleSUR. On Twitter, you can find us as @Atom TeleSUR. Or if you prefer, on my Twitter account, @TeleSUR. And also on Instagram, as Atom TeleSUR TV. It will be until a new cognitive journey. See you in the next occasion, travelers of knowledge.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
The life is full of moments. Moments of fight. Moments of hope. Moments that transcend. Moments that you can live in. TeleSUR documentaries. Sundays. Only on TeleSUR.
Who's moving the chess man? What interests and motivate the actors behind each event? The board is deployed there. Critical Move investigates every event from Monday to Friday. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
为了保持身体健康，我冥想。
Para mantenerme saludable, yo corro.
To keep myself healthy, I study.
Για να διατηρηθώ υγιής, τρέφομαι σωστά.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo bailo.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo purifico mi espíritu a través del cuerpo. ¿Y tú?
Guide your body. Tuesdays, only on TeleSUR.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world.
Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
The life is full of moments. Moments of fight. Moments of hope. Moments that transcend. Moments that you can live in. TeleSUR documentaries. Sundays. Only on TeleSUR.
La paz depende económicamente del Alto, de su flujo de llegada de alimentos, del abastecimiento. Para ponerlo así dramáticamente, los hijos de la gente del Alto, las hijas de las familias alteñas, no necesitan que la gente de La Paz les cuide a sus guaguas. En cambio, la gente de los sectores acomodados de La Paz que estaban movilizados contra el fraude necesitan de las mujeres del Alto para el cuidado de sus guaguas. Esta relación se expresó después del 10 de noviembre con la renuncia de Evo. El Alto paralizó, La Paz quiso volver a la normalidad, pero no podía.
El gobierno de facto comete muchos errores de entrada. Como hicieron los españoles cuando construyeron sobre las huacas los templos cristianos, trata de arrancar todo el simbolismo identitario, esos valores de esa nación clandestina, trata de destruir.
Desde ahí ha empezado la molestia de la gente, creo que era la quema de la huipala.
Y esa huipala significa
todo para nosotros.
El alteño dijo respeto a la huipala, respeto a un presidente legalmente establecido en la nación plurinacional nuestra.
La huipala está en nuestra expresión nacional. Somos 36 naciones nosotros. Eso representa la huipala.
Cuando en definitiva tratan de destruir las fibras más importantes que desde la subjetividad habían construido el proceso, es cuando la gente reacciona.
Y no solo eso, la entrada de la Biblia.
La presidenta está llegando al antiguo palacio presidencial con una Biblia, al parecer.
Ha permitido que la Biblia vuelva a entrar a palacio. Que Él nos bendiga. ¡Gloria a Dios! ¡Gloria a Dios!
¡La Biblia vuelve a palacio!
Toda la semana fue realmente días negros, los más feos del distrito 8 y como también de otros distritos de la ciudad del Alto.
Nos han dicho salvajes, nos han dicho terroristas, nos han dicho vándalos, pero no somos así. Y les vamos a ir a mostrar, vamos a bajarse. Y bajaban.
Está bajando demasiada gente, demasiada, y por grupos. Están pacíficamente en este momento. No incitamos a la violencia, no los agredamos, pero son muchos.
Cuando te dicen que los salteños quieren venir a hacerte daño, entonces tú te lo crees, porque bajo ese imaginario del Alto es que esas personas todavía son incivilizadas. Esas cosas que se relacionan tienen que ver con las racializaciones de las personas, y con esa racialización vienen un montón de prejuicios.
Alteños, masistas, más y burros nos dicen.
Y esto por tu color de piel.
Que somos unos ladrones, somos terroristas, que les vamos a robar, que vamos a asaltarles. Y nosotros no estamos bajando con esa intención. Nosotros queremos hacernos escuchar.
En ese momento hubieron varias movilizaciones muy legítimas en relación o en la demanda del respeto a la huipala, pero también hubieron grupos delincuenciales, que aumentaron y solventaron de alguna forma esta situación o este discurso de zozobra.
En cada calle se atizaba llantas en las noches porque tenían miedo. Tocaban a los postes así con piedras para salir, para que estén atentos, porque a cualquier casa se van a entrar así.
Algunos vecinos han sufrido asaltos y saqueos.
Comienza a generarse todo ese escenario.
Miedo, zozobra, pánico.
Los dirigentes decían que hay que cuidarse porque están viniendo los saqueadores desde Santa Cruz, o sea, son gente contratada, gente blancona, así. Decían, o sea, veían un blancón y decían que era saqueador, ¿no? Y cosa que aquí abajo también decían al contrario, yo creo, ¿no?
Quieren justificar de alguna forma una teoría de zozobra para que la policía pueda ingresar.
La cosa se va a poner peor mañana. Lo van a acercar todo, van a destrozar casas, pónganse huipalas siempre en la ventana.
Y ahí, si ustedes recuerdan, la policía sale como héroes, salen como los que han dado seguridad, han dado orden, han salvado a toda la población, invisibilizando, como todos lo han hecho, las graves violaciones.
¡Prohibido hablar, pedos de mierda!
No se puede justificar primero que la policía ingrese a arremeter, porque fue a arremeter y a matar población.
Cuando salen los militares y los policías, las famosas patrullas combinadas, ya el estallido fascista es abierto, ¿no es cierto?
Un infiltrado acá en la barricada. Aquí están agarrándolo. Han revisado todo su celular.
Por esa colaboración, señores, muchas gracias.
Para eso estamos, oficial. Para eso estamos.
Tengámonos atentos. Muchas gracias, señores.
Yo he visto niños gritando, te amo, policía, ¿no? Niños que obviamente han aprendido eso de sus padres, ¿no? Porque, y señoras que se ocupaban de preparar comida para los policías, no sé.
Estoy aquí a un costado de la iglesia de San Miguel, donde un grupo se ha organizado ya casi una semana para poder colaborar a todos los policías, ya que no tienen qué comer. Los policías ahorita son nuestra última barrera de protección antes de que, bueno, todos sabemos lo que está pasando.
Yo creo que ha sido directamente proporcional al racismo de las personas, el cómo han vivido estas clases medias ese momento.
Luego llegó lo de sacaban las imágenes y todos lloraban y decían, no, ¿cómo nos van a matar como a perros? Ni a los animales se mata así, por reclamar, por movilizar.
Esas fotos con los muertos y con todo lo que está pasando con el Chapare, por favor, porque eso es lo que está buscando el sector del MAS para publicarlo en la prensa internacional y decir que están siendo acribillados y demás cosas. Entonces nos va a perjudicar en el movimiento tan pacífico y democrático que estamos haciendo.
Ya había sucedido un escenario dramático, ya había muertos, ¿no? En Cochabamba. Y se esperaba una situación más crítica todavía.
Vamos a seguir en pie de lucha porque no puede ser la sangre de nuestros hermanos en vano.
Los han fusilado a nuestros hermanos en Sacaba porque querían venir a apoyarnos.
Como ciudadano estoy indignado, no hagan matar más a nuestros bolivianos, por favor, somos todos hermanos.
Eso no se lo va a perdonar el pueblo. El pueblo siempre va a estar, el pueblo ha estado en el 2003, ahora también va a estar y mucho mejor porque ya nos hemos preparado. Gracias a Evo Morales nos hemos preparado mucho mejor de lo que éramos en el 2003. Gracias a Evo Morales y presidente Evo Morales lo estamos esperando y va a volver aquí y como dice él vamos a hacer millones y no nos van a callar aunque nos maten.
Ese hecho dignificante de la gente, esta suerte, yo estoy dispuesto a ir a lo último por defender mi lazo vital, mi adhesión al otro, a la otra.
Sabemos que representa la huipala, sabemos que representa nuestro tricolor.
Esta configuración se expresa políticamente en la resistencia de Sencata.
Señora presidenta, denuncie, tenga el valor de denunciar. Deje a otro al cargo, por favor.
Esa dictadora, no la queremos
no haga dictadura en nuestro país, eso un día usted lo va a pagar.
¡Ánez, golpista, fuera del palacio! ¡Ánez, golpista, fuera del palacio! ¡Ánez, golpista, fuera del palacio!
Yo trabajaba en una empresa, pero no aquí, en exterior, en Chile. Y una vez que he vuelto así a ver a mi familia, Entonces, lamentablemente me hice cerrar con los bloqueos.
Y no estaban dejando sacar ni la gasolina ni el gas, creo. Entonces había gente ahí y esa gente estaba atizando llantas.
Ya no podía pasar y yo me quedé acá.
Nosotros no nos hemos presentado en la calle. Ni mi persona, ni mi señora, ni mi hijo, mucho menos, porque a mi hijo le dije días antes, hijito, tu estudio es lo que te va a llevar a ser persona en el mundo entero. Por eso es que tampoco hemos hecho partícipe.
Y la alimentación también ya no estaba llegando como se debería, ¿no? Porque ya se había cortado, ¿no?, la distribución de gasolina y gas.
Ya estaba escaseando también los carnes de pollo, a veces todo lo que es para comer.
Si bien se instauró un bloqueo y se dijo que no iban a pasar alimentos, solo fue una medida de presión para que el gobierno pueda hablar, pueda escuchar a la gente, cosa que nunca lo hizo.
Los estamos mirando, los estamos siguiendo, estamos viendo lo que están haciendo. En el primer paso en falso que den, tratando de hacer terrorismo o sedición, se van a ver con las policías.
¡Van a encontrar la muerte en nuestro territorio!
Este discurso de ahí están los vándalos, ahí están los terroristas, ahí está la gente que, qué sé yo, no le interesa la vida de los otros, de las otras, concentra la imagen de la violencia en estos sectores y en los salteños.
Cuando yo participé en la reunión aquí en la cancha, en los medios se amenazaba con que algunos querían asaltar la planta de Sencata. Y eso llenaba de mucho miedo, entonces se decía que no debería ocurrir esto.
A partir de eso la gente salió y se organizó y dijo, no, tenemos que cuidar nuestras instituciones porque son nuestras.
La gente nunca va en ataque a la planta. La gente siempre va en resguardo para que, evidentemente, no salga ni entre gas, pero para que nadie la ataque.
La consigna era que los varones mayores de 18 años que vayan al sector de la avenida a cuidar la planta de Sencata.
Porque la gente en el lugar sabe que cualquier afectación a la planta puede significar la pérdida de la vida humana de ellos, de sus familiares y de la comunidad.
Esto es lo que yo, al menos como párroco, he escuchado.
Esta es la planta Sencata, que ahora está siendo resguardada por miles de vecinos en todo este sector. Este sector es estratégico porque en la ciudad de La Paz ya no hay combustible.
Ya estaba un poquito peor de escasez y ya estaban bloqueando, ya los autos ya no podían ni por dónde pasar.
Y sobrevolaban helicópteros, habían drones que nos filmaban.
Ya en Sencata ya sabían que los policías y militares iban a venir a reprimir.
Nos llegaban y decían, dice que van a entrar esta noche, dice que van a entrar mañana. Entonces había una angustia en nosotros de saber qué va a pasar.
El tema de Sencata era un tema muy delicado. Teníamos todos los ojos puestos en lo que iba a suceder ahí cuando llegaran a romper el bloqueo, ¿no? Algo iba a suceder muy, muy fuerte.
Había que extirpar de raíz cualquier posibilidad de ejemplo que cundiera.
A esta nacionalidad pluri habría que sepultarlos cuantos metros sea necesario adentro.
Porque el gobierno de Áñez se sostenía en la teoría del miedo o en la doctrina del enemigo. O sea, ella necesitaba poner al frente a enemigos a los cuales tenía que, en este caso, matar para sostenerse en su gobierno.
Gracias a Dios tenemos una presidenta firme, con los pantalones bien puestos, valiente. Yo garantizo la seguridad del Estado con la policía boliviana y con el ejército. Con eso garantizo.
Van a Sencata. A Sencata.
Se
esa mañana el grupo de medios que estábamos cubriendo el tema de Bolivia, la crisis en Bolivia, estábamos monitoreando los eventos y comenzaron a aparecer las primeras imágenes en televisión muy temprano. En ese momento los equipos comenzaron a subir de La Paz a El Alto.
Y me acuerdo ese día que yo estaba ya por ir a la universidad y dijeron, era de mañana, y dije, creo que era como las 9 o las 10, y dijeron, ya están yendo los militares a Sencata.
Ahora van a entrarme. ¿Será? Le digo, ¿qué será? Sí, yo creo que sí. Pues lo que sea es que venga, le digo. Sí, pues si nos tienen que matar, que nos maten.
Salí como a las 9:30 más o menos de aquí de la parroquia. Me fui un poco caminando, empujando la bicicleta y escuchamos sonar sirenas de... Yo pensé en el primer momento que era de ambulancia y luego vi que había un tractor muy gigante y una caravana de carros de policías y como también de tanques de guerra de los militares, ¿no? Y dije, ahora sí creo que no estoy respirando bien. No es un buen augurio esto.
Mi hijo tenía 24 años. Este año tenía que salir licenciado en Derecho de la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés.
Bueno, él trabajaba, era albañil.
Él era futbolista, casacas me ha dejado, balones, de todo trabajaba, de trompetas tocaba y contratos hacía mi hijo, era muy alegre.
El martes en la mañana él le ha llamado a su mamá y han hablado y le ha dicho que está yendo a su otro trabajo porque aquí ya no hay material, entonces voy a ir a ver al otro lado. Y su mamá le había dicho, te vas a cuidar.
Mi hijo sale como obligado porque la universidad ha convocado la continuidad de estudios y llega a la desgracia.
La gente en el Alto permite el ingreso de las cisternas, ingreso de los convoys para que saquen la gasolina y el gas.
Se escuchaba de algunos hermanos que estaban a mi alrededor, qué bueno, ojalá ahora puedan esa pobre gente alimentarse y que vuelva la normalidad, ¿no?
Y contamos con un informe de YPFB regional que dice expresamente que el operativo había sido señalado como exitoso. Es decir, no hubo una resistencia, no hubo una afrenta, no hubo nada.
Siguen bajando las cisternas, siguen.
Cuando ya terminó de salir esa caravana de combustibles, en eso llegó unas cuantas piedras.
Han sacado las cisternas. Y han venido y la gente estaba molesta.
Están saliendo las cisternas también, casi 14 cisternas están saliendo con combustible.
Entonces, de lo nada, así, aparecieron los policías y nos han tirado así de frente a quemarropa con gases.
Así directamente les ha gasificado, ni siquiera les han preguntado retírense o dialogaremos o déjenos sacar, no, directamente les han gasificado.
Uno de ellos, yo me recuerdo bien, que me pasó con su aire, no que emitía, así de lo violento, y el amigo que estaba a mi lado le cayó de la cabeza.
En el camino encontré a varias compañeras botadas en el suelo, sin poder respirar, intoxicadas por los gases.
Ya algunos vecinos salieron mucho más de atrás, ya tanto de ambos lados de la avenida, empezaron a armarse murallas de personas.
Había todo un caos y ya había escenarios de confrontación cuando yo subí al alto alrededor de las 10 de la mañana que estuve ahí. En la planta ya había posiciones muy establecidas, ¿no?, alrededor de los bloqueos cercanos a la planta, y la población civil dispersa en las calles aledañas, ¿no? Sobre la avenida principal.
Después de que ocurre este informe de YPFB donde dice que el operativo es exitoso, aparentemente se constituye una segunda orden de intervención que sale desde el cuartel de Viacha, si no recuerdo mal, donde contamos con algunos testimonios que señalan además que los soldados llamaban a sus familiares para decirles que no se acerquen porque les estaban dando armamento.
Al poco tiempo empezaron a sobrevolar los helicópteros. Llegaron militares y policías en tanquetas, en camionetas y lleno.
Desde esa hora empezamos a pasar momentos muy aterradores.
Inclusive hasta Ventilla ha venido las avionetas, los helicópteros giraban por ahí.
Se escuchaban gritos, reventón de petardos, correteos.
Y él dice que era el primero que ha caído, que le han disparado allí.
Hermana, aquí ha caído un herido, nos están matando.
Después han reaccionado los jóvenes o las personas que estaban allí. Por eso han ido a tumbar la pared, después de lo que le han disparado.
Como han tumbado la pared, ¿qué crees? Han tumbado la pared. Están disparando armas de fuego. Hay una persona fallecida ya. Hay una persona fallecida.
Ya habían estado transmitiendo en vivo. Cuando he mirado a ver dónde, y directo a mi primo yo le he mirado que estaba agonizando.
Y la persona había perdido tanta sangre, estaba blanca como un papel. ¿Qué hacemos? Veremos quién es. Dice. No hay documentos, han agarrado su celular. Ese rato dijeron su nombre, pero no, hasta hoy no me acordaba.
Cuando ya me enteré que ya había un muerto, que ya había ya los estaban reprimiendo y matando, entonces yo fui directamente en mi bicicleta porque no había ni auto. Y cuando llegué, pues ya habían como 2 muertos.
Y cuando me empiezan a pasar los papeles y me dicen muertos, decía, ¿cómo muertos? Si nosotros habíamos visto cómo habían salido los convoys, los reportes que habían dado que todo había salido bien, que no había habido ningún problema, ¿de dónde podían salir muertos?
Esos muertos de la masacre suceden en un momento en donde no hay prensa ya, ¿no?
Comenzamos a hacer los verificativos, la gente de la Defensoría, yo quiero reconocer eso, los compañeros, se han metido en Sencata, se han metido al lugar, han entrado a los centros hospitalarios, han ido a los lugares donde estaban casi acopiando los cuerpos, porque los han masacrado.
Y es difícil concluirlo. No sé por qué no había prensa en un momento, ¿no? Pero fue muy claro y puntual que en un momento dejó de haber prensa en la cobertura de esta toma de Sencata.
En la mañana fueron estas 2 personas muertas. En el resto de la tarde fue el enfrentamiento, por así llamarlo, aunque no había tal, pues la gente solo se defendía con su voz, una piedra o un palo, y los militares con armas.
Si hubiera visto gente armada, con explosivos o este tipo de cosas por parte de la población civil, es importante también fotografiarlo, ¿no? No es en una cobertura lo que intentas es mantener un equilibrio en la narrativa de los eventos, ¿no? Pero no encontré este tipo de cosas. Lo que veía eran mujeres armadas con ondas lanzando piedras, jóvenes lanzando piedras, gente con palos, resorteras y este tipo de cosas, ¿no? Escuchaba explosiones que sonaban como de petardos. Entonces podría ser el caso de que se estuvieran detonando petardos, pero se escuchaban claramente detonaciones de armas, y cuando estas detonaciones se daban, yo veía a los muertos caer, ¿no? Veía a los heridos caer y los estaba fotografiando en ese momento.
Si no tienes memoria para reconocer tu cicatriz, si has olvidado que mi sangre es también tu herida, si la gangrena que amenaza evitar el retorno del verano hasta mi casa, no te desata la mano para envolver mis muñones con un pedazo de sol que has cultivado para el hombre. No sé cómo llamarte desde mi selvo oscuro, infestado de insectos automáticos que desollando mis sueños vuelcan en carne viva de bárbara ordalía. Si no tienes memoria para reconocer tu cicatriz, olvidado que mi sangre es también tu herida, la gangrena que amenaza evitar el retorno del verano hasta mi casa. No te desata la mano para envolver mis muñones con un pedazo de sol que has cultivado para el hombre. No sé cómo llamarte desde mi selvo oscuro, infestado de insectos automáticos que desollando mis sueños vuelcan en carne viva de bárbara.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life, Fridays, only on TeleSUR.
Today we visit the International Policy Research Center of Havana to talk with Santiago Perez, researcher and deputy director of this institution. We will talk about the political and commercial relationship between Cuba and the Russian Federation. Santiago is the head of the National International Relations Research Program, and he has been a researcher at the Center for Studies on American Havana and a professor at Cuban Institute of International Affairs. He completed postgraduate studies at the Autonomous University of Mexico and has been a professor and researcher at the Ibero-American University of Mexico, Harvard University, Columbia, Lomonosov University of Moscow, among others. He has published on Russian and Soviet politics, U.S. projections, and Cuba's foreign policy. With Santiago Perez, we have the pleasure to talk today in From Havana. Well, thank you so much for agreeing to do this interview. It's a pleasure for us and a real enlightenment to know about your opinion on such important theme as the presence of Russia in Cuba and in the economical and social impact that it has for a country. First of all, the Prime Minister of the Russian Republic, Dmitry Medvedev, just came to Cuba in an official visit a few days ago. tell me, what's the context that this visit took place here in Cuba, the Cuban context, national and international context that it took place, that visit?
Well, thank you for interviewing me and giving me the possibility of talking to the audience. I think that the visit of Medvedev is within the context of contradictions between Russia and the US, in general Russia and the West, following after the Ukrainian crisis 2014 and all the sanctions that have been imposed on Russia in general by the West. On the other hand, you have the US relations with Russia, which are worsening despite Trump's exclamations on Putin, etc. And for sure, the whole hostility of the US administration against Cuba. So we are here in a context of the sanctions against Russia, sanctions against Cuba. Cuba has the upper hand on that. Cuba has 60 years of sanctions. The Russians have around 5 years. So we are in the context of growing contradictions at the level of big powers and at the level of Latin America versus the US. Remember that the Americans are claiming again that they are following the Monroe Doctrine, yes, which means the extraterritorial powers are not allowed to Latin America. The president of Medvedev is breaking that principle of the US, of the so-called US foreign policy, which from my perspective is nonsense. And the Chinese are here, the Europeans are here, the Russians are here. But yes, the context is very important on development of relations between Cuba and Russia.
So in that line, you don't think that this new, let's say, wave of agreements with both Cuba and Venezuela by the Russians are like a way to show strength and to show a position of strength against the...
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes, but I would say that Russia and Cuba has their own logic of its developments. Russia and Venezuela has also its own logic of development of relations. I mean, not everything is being explained through the lenses of the opposition to the US. I think that their interests emanating from the Russian political actors, from the Russian economic actors which are interested in relations with Cuba, especially in relations with Venezuela due to the fact of all the resources that Venezuela has and the scope of its market and its importance in terms of economics. And in the case of Cuba, also out of economic considerations in terms of a market for exporting their manufactured products. But I wouldn't underline the level of friendship, the level of mutual understanding between Russia and Cuban leadership that are important. I would say the base for that, the flourishing of the relations, and also the coincidence in general foreign policy approaches. I found it interesting that when Medvedev was explaining or making his speech in front of Mr. Díaz-Canel in the Palace of the Revolution, he said that the issue of sovereignty, the issue of national determination was also part of the intrinsic part of the Russian foreign policy, of the Russian nature as state. So here we are a lot of coincidences, more than the pragmatic interests, which I think are there, but it's also important, I would say, the philosophical perception of different angles of this relationship.
Early this morning, I heard a researcher, a Venezuelan researcher, saying that the United States has not does not an invasion, a direct invasion on Venezuela, because they don't know how much are Russia in Venezuela, the cooperation, how big is the cooperation with Venezuela? Is this true? I mean, does Russia has anything to do directly or not directly in the fact that the United States has not troops in Venezuela?
Well, you know, I think that the U.S. has made their analysis of cost and benefits and a possible military move in Venezuela. I would say that one of the variables they take into consideration is the level of involvement of the Russians. I don't think it's too high or so high to avoid any military action from the Pentagon if they wish to. I think that the most important deterrent for the U.S. military possible or foreseeable U.S. intervention is the strength of the Venezuelan resistance, is the strength of the unity of the patriotic forces in Venezuela, is the strength of the Venezuelan army and the Venezuelan militia, because you can bomb, okay, then what's next? What are you going to do down there? Look, they have been for 18 years in Afghanistan. They have to get out from Afghanistan because they have having a lot of problems there. I wouldn't imagine a U.S. invasion full scale into Venezuela. So my answer to your point is, or to that perspective of the Venezuelan observer you mentioned, is that yes, that's one of the aspects to take into account. When the Russian weaponry being sold to Venezuela, it's sophisticated, it's airplanes, it's important fighters, it's important weaponry, anti-missiles, etc., etc. But I would say that most important is the will to resistance of Venezuelan leadership, Venezuelan army, and Venezuela patriotic forces in the people of Venezuela.
It's a civic and military.
I would say, yeah. I would say, yeah.
Now and then.
I mean, the Russians are important, but they are not the ones who are calling the shots, I would say.
Okay. Coming back to Cuba, now and then, which is the difference between the collaborations between these two countries, Russia and Cuba, in the 70s and the 80s, with before the falling of the Communist Party, of the Communist.
I always say that Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin is not Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev. Okay. So Russia is not the Soviet Union, it's a capitalist country, it's the capitalist foreign power, and so there is no such ideological link or brotherhood, let's say, that existed before. Now there are different approaches in terms of the internal policies of Russia and of Cuba. That doesn't mean there is still there, and it's growing with every year, the friendship.
Of course.
Between Cuban people, Russian people, and Cuban government and Russian government. It has not been always that way. There have been problems in the relationship.
Like all relationships?
Yeah, like with any country of Cuba and modern Russia, let's say, or capitalist Russia. But judging from the visit of Raúl Castro in 2009 till now, the relationship
We go once again live to Venezuela as the Iranian president continues his official visit and is currently meeting with Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro. Let's see the images. We're watching live images of a meeting between the Venezuelan president and the president of Iran alongside their high-level delegation that arrived here on Monday in the country. Here are watching how they reached an alliance for a common agenda for a win-win policy. These are the nations that are working together to move forward in the development of their country. Well, it's expected that both delegations signed agreements to implement for the benefit of both nations. President Iran is visiting the nation as part of his Latin American tour. He will then travel to Nicaragua and Cuba. It's a high-level meeting that was held here in Caracas at the Mirabal Palace between the heads of nations of both delegations in order to continue working on the bilateral agenda in cooperation in different fields in the oil industry, energy industry, education, culture, for the benefit of the peoples of both nations. The Iranian president was received early on Monday at the Simón Bolívar International Airport in Maiquetía in the state of La Guaira by the Foreign Minister Iván Gil, who later accompanied the president to the National Pantheon where he paid homage to the heroes of the nation, that's where also the remains of the Libertador Simón Bolívar are resting. It's worth mentioning that Venezuela and Iran have important agreements in the energy, scientific, oil, defense, cultural, economic, and food sectors. This is the 13th trip abroad of the Iranian president in the last 21 months, who was accompanied by the ministers of Foreign Affairs, Oil, Defense, and Health, as well as the director of the Presidential Office and the Deputy Chief of Staff for Political Affairs. Important meeting that is held here today at the Mirabal Palace for the well-being of both nations and to continue working to move forward and reactivate the economies of both nations, which are victims of unilateral coercive sanctions imposed by the United States. Venezuela and Iran share common projects. The Venezuelan refinery of El Palito resumed its activities almost a year after its stoppage, thanks to the help of Iran to repair the facilities. The state-owned oil company, Petróleos de Venezuela, also resumed operations at the cracking unit at El Palito refinery, located in the northern state of Carabobo. In May 2022, this is last year, you must remember that last year President Nicolás Maduro visited Iran on his tour in that region. In May 2022, Iran's state-owned national oil engineering and construction company signed a contract worth around 110 million euros to repair and start up and complete the Palito refinery. This is how they recovered that facility to begin production. The refinery was paralyzed due to the lack of maintenance and spare parts as a result of the sanctions imposed by the United States against the Venezuelan oil sector. And Iran helped in the repair by supplying the necessary equipment and parts to bring it back to function. As part of the cooperation pacts between the two countries, which are sanctioned by the United States, both nations are under sanctions imposed, unilateral sanctions imposed against them, which affects mainly the people. Venezuela received Iranian equipment in recent years to modify its infrastructure, especially in the oil sector. Iran also carried out activities to repair the Paraguana refining center, the largest in Venezuela and in the world. The president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, is at the head of a large political, economic, business and scientific delegation, which is beginning his first Latin American tour since he assumed the presidency, with the first stop here in Caracas, Venezuela, where he held a bilateral meeting to discuss the bilateral agenda and work and reach agreements for the benefit of people and following the win-win policy of solidarity among the different nations in the world. This trip by the Iranian president, the one made last February by the foreign minister of the Persian nation, consolidate the ties with this part of the world that is struggling to emerge from the hegemonic influence of the United States. The main focus of this tour by the Persian leader is to strengthen, among other things, political ties with the three countries, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, which are the ones on the agenda he will visit, with whom Iran has established. We're watching images of the meeting held at the Mirabal Palace between President Nicolás Maduro and the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi in the framework of his official visit to Venezuela as part of his Latin American tour, with one clear purpose: to strengthen solidarity and cooperation and brotherhood, the ties of brotherhood among the Persian nation and Latin American nations. Stay tuned with TeleSUR English for more updates in upcoming news briefs.
Possible business to be developed on that, and the reparation, the fixing of thermoelectrics. We are talking about billion euros also in those projects. So Cuba, as a country which is under siege, looks for the world and has to have relations on a solid, on a strategic base. Cubans talk about 2013 plan, and that the Russians are welcome to take part in that. Also the Europeans, also Chinese, also Latin Americans, investors. So Cuba is very open on that.
I think that's smart because, I mean, let's say in this worst case scenario, Trump comes again, second term. There's 4 more years with Trump. And it's been historically, the last years of the administrations have come with changes. Good changes with Obama, for example. His last years, he make the defrost. But with Trump, it could go to worst.
Yeah, that's one of my worries, that Trump has done almost nothing in terms of achievements in foreign policy. What has he done? He has talking to North Koreans, but there are a lot of problems there. He has problems with Iran, problems with Russia. He has deteriorated our relationship with China. So my worry is that one of his legacies he would like to have after he finishes his stay in the White House would be maybe to get rid of socialism, as he calls in Latin America, and that's very, very dangerous.
He has said it publicly, actually.
I mean, yeah, he is against that, but thinking in 4 years term, right? One of his legacies, the legacy of Obama, was to restore relationship with Cuba, and the history is going to remember him for that. I'm afraid that he would say, okay, one of my legacy was to get rid of socialism in Venezuela and Cuba. That's very, very worried. That will be a catastrophe. But I wouldn't deny also the slight possibility of a little bit of softening the approach towards Cuba, in the sense, not most to Venezuela, but maybe to Cuba, in the sense that the same forces that were in favor of economic relations, of investments in Cuba, the cruise companies, the airplanes, could influence his side of businessman, right?
Russia again.
Yeah.
It would go. Do you think there are bigger plans between both countries? This just 8 agreements right now, but do you think it was publicly the President Miguel Díaz-Canel invited Putin to come to Cuba in person? Maybe next year he can come to Cuba. Do you think this is just a first step to go into something bigger in terms of relationships and investments and development?
I think that there is an ongoing relationship, right? Remember that relations with Russia at this level, I would say, were inaugurated when Raúl visited them in 2009. Prior to that, there was a process of becoming friendly as used before, but with caution.
It's a different political system.
Completely. So the relationship, if you analyze that from the chronological perspective, there has been a growing in momentum in that relationship. I would say that now it's the best state of relationship. Mr. Díaz-Canel said that he would go to Moscow maybe at the end of this month, because he's going to Baku to the non-aligned movement summit. He's passing by Moscow. Putin invited him when he was last year there in November to visit Moscow with the anniversary of the victory over fascism. Is going to be there. He invited Vladimir Vladimirovich, as the Russians call him, to come to Cuba. He was here in July 2014, Putin.
Yes, I
know. Well, one point I wanted to make, this visit of Mr. Medvedev, it's been prepared for a long way, right? There was the Intergovernmental Summit in Moscow in September, the 20th of September, was Vice President Cabrizas, Vice Prime Minister Borisov there, Vice President or Vice Prime Minister Mr. Cabrizas and Borisov, and they signed also a lot of agreements. They signed, for example, a very important one, which is a roadmap for developing energy cooperation between Cuba and Russia. That may be some shipments of oil, maybe to Cuba, maybe in general in the energy projects. I already mentioned that. There is also the possibility of agriculture cooperation. Hey, Cuba is buying wheat from Canada or France. Why not from Russia? Russia is becoming one of the first exporters of wheat in the world, the same with oil, right?
Just to close this interview, I would like to know, in your opinion, where is Latin America going in the next 2 years? This is a hard question.
No, it's very interesting question. I think that Latin America is feeling the close ally of neoliberalism. Look, they had a lot of problems with neoliberalism at the late 90s. So there was the tide of progressive governments in Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Bolivia, Venezuela, etc. My bet, as answering to your question, is that Latin America has to take back the path of integration among themselves, of looking for alternatives. Russia is one alternative, China, European Union countries, all of them are resisting the sanctions and the hostility of the US, which are saying, okay, Latin America is mine, right? So Latin America has to go other way because it's not just bringing results. That close relationship with the US. And look, for example, they wanted to invade, or at least military operations, Venezuela, and Lima Group, which is very pro-US, but when they talk about invading Venezuela, that's another thing. Look what's happening in Ecuador today with neoliberalism being imposed by Lenin Moreno. So I cannot tell you, I don't have the crystal ball, even though in my center we make scenarios on different areas. But what I'm telling you is that neoliberalism, or things that used to be in the 80s, don't have a way out in Latin America. People deserve better.
Well, thank you so much.
Okay,
it's been delightful to talk about this. Very enlightenment. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you and your audience.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, ensure your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life, Fridays, only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
Who's moving the chess man? What interests and motivate the actors behind each event? The board is deployed there. Critical Move investigates every event from Monday to Friday. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
为了保持身体健康，我冥想。
Para mantenerme saludable, yo corro.
To keep myself healthy, I study.
Για να διατηρηθώ υγιής, τρέφομαι σωστά.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo bailo.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo purifico mi espíritu a través del cuerpo. ¿Y tú?
Guide your body. Tuesdays, only on TeleSUR.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Venezuela, President Nicolas Maduro received his Iranian counterpart, Ibrahim Raisi, who has started a three-country tour of Latin America. Mexico's ruling National Regeneration Movement, Morena Party, stated that its candidate for the 2024 presidential election will be announced on September 6. Cuban health authorities take corresponding actions to counteract epidemiological complications that may arise due to continuous rains. Hello, welcome to From the South. I'm Luis Alberto Matos from the TeleSUR studios in Havana, Cuba. We begin with the news. The Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi was received at the Miraflores Palace by his Venezuelan counterpart, Nicolas Maduro. We have a news update from Venezuela. It's actually the country we're talking about this visit. Let's go live to Venezuela to continue the official visit of President Ibrahim Raisi to Caracas. We are watching live images of the president of Nicolas Maduro, who held minutes earlier an important bilateral meeting.
Irán-Venezuela. Dos naciones de paz, amistad.
They were putting a promotion video. We will go back to the press conference once it returns. And we will have the statements of the president of Caracas, of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and the president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, during this important meeting that was held. As we were saying, the Iranian president, Ibrahim Raisi, paid a tribute to the liberator Simon Bolivar, the national pantheon, earlier before having the meeting with President Nicolas Maduro and the mausoleum of the liberator, accompanied by members of the Venezuelan government headed by Foreign Minister Ivan Hill. The Iranian president entered the mausoleum to make a floral tribute to the Bolivarian liberator Simon Bolivar, and in this way reflect the union and mutual respect between the nations. This tribute is also a sign. Let's listen to Nicolas Maduro's statements.
El presidente de la República Islámica de Irán, Seyed Ebrahim Raisi, han fortalecido las bases estratégicas de la Comisión Mixta de Alto Nivel Irán-Venezuela.
The subscription of cooperation for 20 years of our countries. Authorities of both countries have worked together to extend this cooperation. The scientific cooperation Iran-Venezuela has been directed to the development of technology. Many enterprises, both public and state-owned companies of both countries have worked together, and many commercial trades have been signed. Technological tractor companies from Iran have produced many implements to support livestock and agriculture in Venezuela. Thanks to the cooperation of both our nations, we have acquired our food for a minimum cost. As an industrial power, Iran incorporates its capabilities to support Venezuela. On March the 23rd, a shipment of around 2,000 cars arrived in La Guaira port. The boat Joraco transported nearly 103,000 tons of oils. All of this occurs in the oil industry and to support the agricultural development. Many agreements were signed for the rehabilitation of the fertilizer plant. Many other programs for the development of seed have been also implemented. Thanks to the humanitarian aid in the face of COVID-19 pandemic, Iran has helped also Venezuela with vaccines. These are two countries together with South-South cooperation and in favor of a new multipolar world order.
We were watching live images, and we will shortly return to the image to the Miraflores Palace to continue seeing the signing of agreements after an important meeting between President Nicolas Maduro and President Ibrahim Raisi. This is an important visit of the Iranian president as he started a Latin American tour. He's going to visit Caracas first, as we are seeing, and then he will go to Cuba and then to Nicaragua. Iran and Venezuela have important relations for decades now. They have had important diplomatic relations for and this is an important moment for the cooperation between both peoples. We are seeing the images of both delegations, high-level delegations. The high-level delegation from Iran that travel here to Venezuela are signing agreements and commitment for the well-being of the people of both nations in different sectors, in different fields. We're seeing the different authorities from Iran and Venezuela carrying out this signing of memorandums of understandings to jointly work for the development of the country, of both countries, and reactivate the nation's economy in a prospect of a win-win policy of international peace and cooperation. It's an important tour that the Iranian president is carrying out to bring closer the ties of friendship between Iran and these three nations and nations from the region, bringing closer the ties of cooperation and bilateral agreements in different fields. The president of Iran arrived earlier on Monday, and he was received by the foreign minister of Venezuela, Ivan Gil, who accompanied the president first before arriving at the Miraflores Palace to the National Mausoleum to pay homage to the heroes of the South American nation. Especially visited the tomb where the remains of Libertador Simón Bolívar rest. He signed the visiting book, making official the presence of Iran and its people in that place, that important place. We continue seeing as both delegations interchange documents and sign agreements and memorandums of understanding in different fields for the cooperation of both nations and to move forward in the face of sanctions, because we must remember that these both countries are under sanctions imposed by the United States and its allies to hamper the development of their economies. And these sanctions, of course, affect mainly the people of both nations. Iran and Venezuela, with this meeting and with this signing of these documents, are deepening their bilateral cooperation and integration. This is something that has been happening since the presidency of Hugo Chavez. Iran have helped Venezuela in different fields. In the oil sector, they helped with the restoration of one of the most important refineries in the nation. During the COVID pandemic, which put in evidence the importance of solidarity and cooperation between the nations, Iran helped Venezuela by providing vaccines to help immunize the Venezuelan people to better face this pandemic. It's in different fields that Venezuela and Iran are holding cooperation at different levels, also in education, in health, in tourism, and in culture, mainly to bring both nations, both peoples, closer together to work in an international sphere of peace, which is the new world order that is being promoted by many countries, a multipolar world where not only hegemony can dictate the mandates for everyone else, but every nation in the world as an equal and with respect of international law and not meddling in internal affairs can work together and move forward and develop for the betterment of their people. It's something that is evidenced in the relations of Iran and Venezuela, which have come a long way working together side by side to face different challenges in the past and today. In October 2022, both countries managed to finalize the restoration of El Palito refinery, which is the refinery we were referring to, after they signed agreements to bring the plant located in the municipality of Puerto Cabello to full capacity. This is Ibrahim Raisi's first trip to Latin America since taking office in August 2021. He will subsequently travel to Nicaragua and Cuba, where he is expected also to meet the heads of states of both nations and reach bilateral agreements and memorandum of understandings to enhance cooperation between the Persian nation and these countries. Ibrahim Raisi is visiting today Venezuela and in the coming days Nicaragua and Cuba. These are the documents that were expected to be signed before his arrival of bilateral cooperation in different fields. The Iranian president has also scheduled to meet with local and Iranian businessmen and economic activists after this. The president of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Sayyid Ibrahim Raisi, arrived on Monday in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, where he held a working meeting with his Venezuelan counterpart, Nicolás Maduro. He was received first at the Simón Bolívar International Airport by the foreign minister, and then before arriving here to the Miraflores Palace, the seat of the government of Venezuela, he first paid tribute to the heroes of the nation. Alongside the president came also the Iranian First Lady, Jamila Al-Moghaloba. She was received with honors by the sectorial vice president, and together with the first female combatant, they meet with important figures, female figures of different fields. We are waiting for the statements of both presidents after their important meeting, as they continue to sign documents, as we are seeing in the images which are coming live from the Miraflores Palace in Caracas. As we were saying, this is the first stop of President Ibrahim Raisi's Latin American tour, which will be continued by his visit to Cuba and to Nicaragua. It's a number, as we are seeing in the images, several agreements that are being signed, several memorandums of understanding, because it's in different fields, in health, in education, in oil, energy, to strengthen cooperation of peace between the nations, between both nations, for the betterment of their economy, to reactivate, to move forward, to continue its developing and its improving day by day of their strategies to face today's challenges. Something that must not be forgotten is that both nations are subject to unilateral sanctions which hamper gravely the economy of the nations and affects mainly the people, which are the main victims of this neoliberal policy implemented by the United States and its allies. The high-level delegation of both nations continues signing different agreements in different fields, something that puts in evidence the long history of friendship and cooperation that has existed between these two nations since the times of President Hugo Chavez. This is the 13th trip abroad of the Iranian president in the last 21 months. He was accompanied by the ministers of foreign affairs, of oil, defense, and health, as well as the director of presidential office and the deputy chief of staff for political affairs. We cannot forget that last year, President Nicolás Maduro visited Iran on his official tour in June last year, and this visit responds, the one we're seeing today, to that tour that President Maduro did last year. On that occasion, on that visit on June 2022, Different agreements were signed, also in the agricultural area and for food production between Caracas and Tehran. In addition, as of July 18, 2022, direct flights between Caracas and Tehran were opened with a positive impact on the growth of tourism between both nations. Both presidents signed a 20-year cooperation agreement in several areas. Likewise, regarding the critical situation of the Palestinian people, the presidents stated that the strategy is to accompany them in their struggle and denounce the crimes that are committed, as well as to maintain their voice before the United Nations system and the Security Council. The Venezuelan head of state during that visit to Iran also toured the Iranian Power Plant Management Company, the largest contractor of renewable energy plants, leader in the world market of latest generation gas turbines, whose objective is to make the energy industry more efficient. So these are all examples of the strong ties of friendship and cooperation that both nations continue to have, and after this meeting will come out even stronger. The President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, arrived in Caracas, as we are seeing in the images. He's already after he met with the Venezuelan president, but he arrived early. We're just doing a recap of the day. The Iranian president arrived in the afternoon, and this is the first stop of his tour of Latin America. He has planned to travel after Venezuela to Cuba and Nicaragua. President Ibrahim Raisi arrived accompanied by the Iranian First Lady, Jamila Al-Mawloda, and a high-level delegation, which we are seeing in the images, signing important agreements of cooperation with their counterparts, with the Venezuelan counterparts. The Persian president met with his counterpart, Nicolás Maduro, and they addressed important issues on the bilateral agenda in order to strengthen cooperation in economic, political, and scientific matters. Raisi's visit to Venezuela translates into a firm brotherhood, as we have been discussing, to continue joining efforts of unity in response to the sanctions that weigh on both nations. Iran and Venezuela deepened bilateral cooperation and integration during the presidency of Hugo Chavez, and since then, everything points to a good rhythm of the close relationship they maintain until now. In fact, the most recent agreement between Iran, before the ones that we're seeing signed today, was signed also here in Venezuela, and it was in order to promote cooperation in the energy sector. The agreement provides for the development of oil and gas fields, as well as the reconstruction and renovation of Venezuelan oil refineries in order to maximize the capacity of these facilities, something that was highly likely discussed during the meeting to see how these agreements had advanced, how they were developed and being implemented. But the relationship between Iran and Venezuela goes beyond only the oil production field. They have strong cooperation in education, in health, as we saw in during the COVID-19 pandemic. That Iran was one of the countries that helped Venezuela with the supply of vaccines. Cuba was also among the countries that helped Venezuela with the supply of vaccines, putting in evidence the importance of cooperation between the peoples of the world in the face of challenges instead of isolation, as was seen evidenced by other nations of the so-called First World. In September last year, President Maduro made important announcements in the automotive sector and in the oil sector as well, in terms of cooperation with Iran. In October 2022, both countries managed to finalize the restoration of El Palito refinery, which was an important landmark in the history of cooperation between these two countries, to bring the plant located in the municipality of Puerto Cabello in the state of Carabobo to full capacity, which was mostly abandoned due to the lack of maintenance because of the sanctions imposed against Venezuela, which prevented Venezuela from having access to the necessary equipment to maintain the facility. And thanks to the help provided by Iran at that time and that it continues to provide, that they were able to move forward with the project. The Iranian First Lady, Jamile al-Moholla, who also arrived in Venezuelan soil accompanying the Iranian president, she was received with honors by the sectorial Vice President for Science, Technology, Education and Health, Gabriela Jimenez, together with officials of the National Executive. It is worth mentioning that Venezuela and Iran have important agreements in the energy, scientific, oil, defense, cultural, economic and food sectors, agreements that are being strengthened today with the signing of new understanding between both government, between both authorities, and also between both peoples, because this meeting represents the people of both nations and their will to continue working jointly together to continue developing and improving the economy of both nations, to be able to provide a better way of life for both peoples. This is the 13th trip abroad of the Iranian president. In the last 21 months, he has had a busy agenda of international cooperation to strengthen relations between Iran and the nations of the world, in the face of continuous sanctions by the West. The Iranian president is accompanied during this visit with a high-level delegation, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Oil, the Minister of Defense and Health, as well as the Director of the Presidential Office and the Deputy Chief of Staff for Political Affairs. Important images that we are seeing today here live in the screens of TeleSUR. President Nicolas Maduro and President Ibrahim Raisi just finished a bilateral work agenda during a meeting here at the Miraflores Palace in the capital of Venezuela. And now they continue with the signing of numerous agreements between both nations to strengthen cooperation and the bonds of friendships. Both presidents are standing up. President Nicolas Maduro is presenting the Iranian president with a gift. With a medal showing his nation's friendship and bonds of brotherhood with Iran. Both presidents are returning to the city. It's very likely that they will offer statements now, which we will have live here on the screen of TeleSUR. Let's see if we can listen. This is an important moment in the history of the relations between both nations. Let's listen to the statements of the President of Iran.
I am very pleased and grateful with His Excellency President Nicolas Maduro, because of the way he has received me in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And I am also grateful to the very resistant noble and beloved people of Venezuela that have resisted in the face of imperialism, cruel empire. I pay tribute before these people. And also my tribute to the heroes and founding fathers, and also all my homage and honors to the very resistant people of Venezuela and the beautiful country that it is. We have shared interests and visions. The great people of Iran and the great people of Venezuela, we look for resistance, freedom, justice. We are famous for that. And we also look for independence and justice in the world. The people of Venezuela is always side by side with the Iranian people. Both our countries look for freedom, and we have resisted in the face of the world domination system. Our both countries have a common enemy. And many other allies of his enemy that don't want Iran and Venezuela to be independent. For years, we have maintained this friendship with the people and the government of Venezuela, and we have given proof of this friendship. We have been friends in the most difficult times. The relationship between our two countries, it's a normal diplomatic relationship, and it is also a strategic relationship between our two countries that have shared interests, and also we share enemies and visions. We consider our cooperation, our mutual cooperation, to be deep and mutually beneficial. We have taken significant steps to strengthen our relations in different fields, in the economy, in energy, in trade, in goods and services, in engineering. Both our people's wills is based on the development of our trade. We are willing to deepen our cooperation in fields like energy, culture, trade, science and technology. The Islamic Republic of Iran has technological capabilities, and those technologies and capabilities have been achieved thanks to the blood shed by our martyrs and heroes. And all these capabilities have generated a lot of opportunities for our people. And of course, it is our will to share all these technology and experiences and benefits with the very resistant people of Venezuela. In our talks and negotiations with His Excellency President Nicolás Maduro, have been very fruitful. Also, it has also been very fruitful, the private meeting we've held today, to increase our two nations' cooperation. Our two delegations have reaffirmed our capabilities, and despite all the efforts we've made, we have still fields to explore. Our cooperation is estimated in around $600 billion. That was our cooperation 2 years ago. Now, it has increased. Our goal is actually to take this level of cooperation to 10 and then $20 billion. In the industry, in mining, energy, science and technology. We are going to cooperate in every field possible. And let us hope the signing of these agreements we've just made is the expression, is the message of the will of both our countries to advance in the path of development and cooperation. I would like to thank His Excellency President Nicolás Maduro and the Republic of Venezuela, and I offer my tribute and my homage to Venezuela's founding father and resistant people. And I also pay tribute to General Soleimani. Thank you very much.
Han sido justamente las palabras del presidente de la República Islámica de Irán.
President. And now we will listen to the statements of President Nicolás Maduro.
Dear President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Syed Ibrahim Raisi, dear friends of the Iranian delegation, ministers, ministers from the Bolivarian government of Venezuela. This visit marks a new milestone in a relationship that has been built from solidarity, from brotherhood, from cooperation of two peoples, of two revolutions, of two countries, born to be brothers. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We're brothers. And this brotherhood has been ratified all along these years. It was our Supreme Commander, Hugo Rafael Chavez Frias, who had to give the first steps to open a new horizon in the relations between Iran and Venezuela in the 21st century. And we are loyal to his legacy, who had an early vision of the historical role that Iran and Venezuela were destined to play for the construction of a new world, for the construction of a new world order. That vision that early vision has been ratified and reaffirmed as years pass by. Iran is playing a paramount role as one of the most important emerging powers in the world. Its industrial development is impressive, as well as its scientific and technological development at all levels. And thus, it has become a reference for peoples who fight for independence, justice, equality, for a truly humane humanity. As a Venezuelan poem said, "Let's humanity be humane." And Venezuela, modestly but firmly, it's here after all the imperial aggressions and all the turmoil situations and after all the sanctions. Venezuela stands here, ready to make progress in the construction of a new world. There have been many campaigns against Venezuela. 2 days ago, former President of the United States, Donald Trump, declared his crime, a crime against humanity, against the people of Venezuela. He declared, he confessed that the purpose of his administration and all the aggressions and sanctions against Venezuela was to make our society collapse, so the imperialist power of the United States were able to appropriate our oil and our wealth. A good lawyer would say, Trump has confessed his crime against humanity, against the noble and peaceful people of Venezuela. Thus, imperialism's objective to appropriate our people's wealth and riches. They thought they could come here and control oil, being Venezuela the country with the largest oil reserves in the world. They came to also appropriate Venezuelan gas. President Raisi, now we are certifying what is likely to be the world's fourth largest reserve of gas in the Venezuelan Caribbean. And as I told you in private, that we are going to form a powerful mining alliance because Venezuela has also certified the world's main gold reserve. This is a wealth that has historically belonged to the heroic Venezuelan people and no one else. Donald Trump was not able to defeat Venezuela, and no United States president will, because we follow Chavez's and Bolivar's ideas firmly to build a strong country with our own efforts, a new economic prosperity and a new economic model with new resources for our homeland, for our country. And from our homeland, and with our humble efforts, with Bolivar's flag and with Chavez's flag, we say to the world, Venezuela stands here to build and to help in the construction of a new world order, the new multipolar world, with no empires and no hegemony. let empires end, and all the identities of all regions in the world must be respected. All cultures and all peoples must be respected. Iran and Venezuela share a common soul. We are spiritually united, and we are going to remain united, building this economic prosperity and stability. We have signed 25 agreements during this historical visit of President Raisi, and there are still negotiations being carried out, new negotiations for new investment. We need to make the most of this opportunity, ministers, to finish negotiations for new projects and new agreements and new investments in every area of oil, petrochemicals, refinery, gas, mining, gold, iron, bauxite. We are signing an agreement to found ports, since our countries as President Raisi said, our trade is likely to increase in 10 and $20 billion. There are many opportunities in the future for our trade, for our agriculture. Venezuelan producers, together with the export offered, there are a lot of opportunities for producers of both our countries to do business, since we are recovering our industry in a new productive stage with Iran tractors to produce vehicles for the national and international markets, to produce tractors. How many possibilities we have? We have flights Caracas to Iran, and we have the goal of increasing flights between our two capitals. Let's hope that the day will come in which we have a daily flight between our two capitals, and so we can increase tourism, so we can increase Iranian tourism in Venezuela and Venezuelan tourism in Iran, so they can be able to know about the ancient Persian culture. Those are some of the things we have talked, we have signed, we have discussed a lot of issues. We have offered support to the Iranian president in order to build a very powerful cooperation in science and technology. We're working together. Venezuela inaugurated the first scientific and technological park, taking the one we saw in Tehran as an example. We visited those facilities, and we, with the help of Iran, we would like to inaugurate such facilities in every state of our country. So, technological and scientific cooperation is vital, and Iran has made an impressive leap. Iran is one of the world's new technological and scientific powers, based on their historical legacy, based on the development of knowledge, based on their own effort. It's admirable, the development they have achieved with their own efforts. We have signed important agreements in health, so our countries continue building common effort and offering joint answers in coming health challenges. We have also signed important agreements around culture, so both our cultures can come closer every day. And the different manifestations, like visual arts, literature, and so the beauty of both our cultures can come together, and both our cultural worlds can meet. Mr. President, with this visit, we are more optimistic than ever that we're making history. We are on the right path, and a new world will continue to emerge from the common efforts of our countries towards the historical vision of our leaders. We are on the right side of history, Iran and Venezuela, and together we will be invincible. Thank you very much, President Raisi.
We were watching live images of the signing of bilateral agreements between Iran and Venezuela, and we also heard the statements of both President Raisi and President Maduro following a high-level meeting. President Raisi said Iran stands together with Venezuela in the face of all the forces that hinders their nation's development. The Iranian president reaffirmed the friendship that exists ever stronger between Venezuela and Iran. The Persian head of state described Venezuelan and Iranian relations beneficial and true, adding the will to deepen cooperation even more in different fields. For his part, President Nicolás Maduro said Iran's and Venezuela's brotherhood has been ratified throughout the years since President Hugo Chavez took the first steps in Iran-Venezuelan relations. President Maduro added that Venezuela and Iran are important actors for the development of a new multipolar world. Nicolás Maduro stated that all aggression against Venezuela could not prevent the South American nation to stand ready for the creation of a new world. President Maduro referred to the recent statement by former U.S. President Donald Trump, where Trump confessed his crimes against the Venezuelan people by saying that all the sanctions imposed were to make Venezuelan society crumble and plunder its natural resources. Maduro affirmed that neither Trump or any other U.S. president will defeat Venezuela because Venezuela will always stand strong with Chavez and Bolivar's ideal to build the new world order of multipolarity. Maduro added that they signed 25 agreements during this historical visit and further said there are still negotiations in many other investment opportunities. President Maduro reported that trade between both nations would likely increase between $10 to $20 million. The Venezuelan head of state said they are planning to increase the number of direct flights between both capitals. Venezuelan head of state also detailed important agreements signed in the technological, health, cultural fields to create stronger bonds between both nations. We have come like this with these final statements of the Venezuelan head of state and the Iranian head of state. We have come to the end of this news brief. Remember, you can find this and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. And you can also join us on social media on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok. Stay tuned with TeleSUR English. I'm Luis Alberto Matos. Thank you for watching.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. The life is full of moments. Moments of fight. Moments of hope. Moments that transcend. moments that you can live in. TeleSUR documentaries. Sundays, only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you try, and if you don't, may your life waste away, 'cause it's your fault. Like the sheen of a rotting fish, the glitter just dazzles. For everyone who's filthy rich, a million must suffer. So start your climb up the money tree. The best slaves are those who think they're free. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. As life unfolds, people struggle to make ends meet. Look around, what you see, the hunger, the homeless, the powerless streets. On your mind, the need for change. Channel your pain and your rage. Stand up and link your arms for strength. Shout it out to the bloody state. I can't breathe, that's why I take a knee. Won't take you for slavery. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Make no mistake, racism starts with the state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say, can you see Rome is over? Oh, build the new. 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 Oh, build the new.
为了保持身体健康，我冥想。
Para mantenerme saludable, yo corro.
To keep myself healthy, I study.
Για να διατηρηθώ υγιής, τρέφομαι σωστά.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo bailo.
Para mantenerme saludable, yo purifico mi espíritu a través del cuerpo. ¿Y tú?
Get Your Body. Tuesdays, only on TeleSUR.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, ensure your reality. Our approach